All right, so we'll get ready to go racing here with the two-stroke 16-plus Sportsman class. So first gate drop of the day as we welcome everyone in along that's following along live online. As I said, live streaming all the racing action here today from Winchester for the Loretta Lynn's area qualifier. You can go online. Winchester Speedpark's Facebook page has got the live link, or you can go on my YouTube page. It's Don Collins on YouTube. You can search for it, and there should be a live stream link on there. But again, hope everyone's going to enjoy all the racing action here today. Two-stroke 16-plus Sportsman class is going to kick off the race day. So 29 entries here in the two-stroke 16-plus. We should have a full-on battle down into that first turn. And just getting everybody situated down there in the gate still. Looks like we have got everybody situated down on the start gate, so we're going to send them out with a 30-second board, count them down the line, and we'll get ready to go racing. Kicking off the race day here with two-stroke 16-plus Sportsman. And it is going to be the 575. That is TJ Lamphere grabbing the whole shot here. So Yamaha-mounted Lamphere going to grab the whole shot. He'll lead him off into turn 2. And there he is popping into view as they head down the right-hand side. So racers all the way down the far tree line section. And then it is that left-hand 180 and then back along that rough straightaway that they have set up there. The racers making their way back up the center rhythm section. And it looks to be the 368 Tolko Line Construction ride of Steve Zarnata grabbing the early lead here. So there you see the 368. That is Zarnata holding down the top spot. Alex Higley makes the move to second early on. On the 200, that's Kyle Bushy, the Mohawk Racing North Star Motorsports rider, up into third. Jake Larson running fourth. TJ Lamphere rounds out the top five. You got the 971 of Ben Briard in sixth. Lane Shorey seventh. Vance Harder running in eighth. In the 9th spot here on lap 1, it's a 226 Orion Fletcher and Brandon Davis, the 138. I'm sorry, Nick O'Neill, the 67 is going to round out the top 10. So my mistake there. It's Nick O'Neill on the 67 rounding out the top 10. As we watch our leaders make their way back up that center rhythm section, there is Zarnata coming up that long rhythm stretch. And it looks like a good battle heating up between Bushy, Larson, and Lamphere for that 3rd spot as they come up the center rhythm section. Ryder having trouble there in the off-camber turn. And there's the battle for 3rd as you watch your leaders head off into that big option tabletop. And there is Zarnata. We're going to follow him down the left-hand side into the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So Steve Zarnata maintaining the top spot. It looks like it's still the 59 of Higley in 2nd. And the 200 of Bushy maintaining 3rd, so that battle for 3rd continues. So it's Bushy, Larson, and Briard now moving up into the mix for 5th. Nick O'Neill moves up to 6th, Lance Harder 7th, Fletcher into 8th, Shorey to 9th, and now it's going to be Will Canning on the 11 moving into the 10th spot. And watch racers to head down the right-hand side. Zarnata up into the high line of the off-camber turn section. Little look over the shoulder there as he comes out. You can see Higley using the outside line there. A little bit of a gap back to that 3rd place spot. Here comes the battle for 3rd, and it looks like it is going to be the Yamaha of Larson getting around Bushy. So it does indeed look like that is Jake Larson, who may have gotten around here. Try to get a look and see. But I know Briard, also a Yamaha rider, working in the mix as well in the 971. So I'll have to get a better look and see which one that was. And it does look like it was Larson on the 779 who's going to take that spot. Through the triple section right before the finish. So there you see Larson making his way through. Zarnata, Higley, Larson, Kyle Bushy, and Ben Briard now top 5. Looking at the right-hand side of the track there as they head all the way down tree line section. So the 2-lap board is out here in the 2-stroke 16-plus Sportsman class. First moto of the day on its way to being in the books. So Zarnata down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. A nice solid line to the high line in the off-camber there. And it looks like actually trouble for Zanata, as that is Higley on the 59 coming through first. No, I did miss Zanata, so he did make his way through. He must have been stuck in that traffic, so Higley does hang on a second. And now it looks like the 971 up in the mix, so Ben Briard will make the move to third. Jake Larson fourth, and Kyle Bushy on the 200 going to drop down to fifth now. There you see Steve Zarnata now coming into the horseshoe turns, I'm sorry, the off-camber turn section. Still maintaining a pretty solid gap here over the 59 to Higley. Like I said, I missed him when he came through on the first one there. Thought maybe something had happened to him. Hopefully didn't give anybody a heart attack that's been watching. So the Toco line construction ride of Steve Zarnata making his way into the S-turn section here on the final lap. Up into the high line there in the off-camber on the final lap, and Zarnata going to hit the triple section right before the finish. And that will be the checkered flag and the race win for the 368 Toco line construction ride of Steve Zarnata. 59 of Alex Higley will bring it across the line in the second spot. We're looking at the 971 of Briard. So Ben Briard coming through the horseshoe turn section to hang on a third. And it is going to be Larson, the 779 Yamaha fourth. Nick O'Neill will round out the top five, and we're going to get set to go racing now with motor number 2 on the day. '65 7-11, and it is going to be the rider on the 75, Evan Ferry, rider out of Dade City, Florida, grabbing the whole shot for the 65 class. So Ferry leads him down the right-hand side. And then we see your leader making his way back up that long tree line section. So there is the 75 of Ferry making his way up the center rhythm section. Out front, the Alias KTM ride. '26 of Justin Allen making a move up into the second spot. Looks like the 581 Cobra rider Rico Lucio in third. So Ferry trying to make a little advantage early on here in the moto. He's trying to give himself as much of a gap as he can before the rest of the pack can catch up to him. He sees them heading their way over that option tabletop. Here comes Ferry down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So there is your leader on the 75 KTM. That is Evan Ferry out in front. '26 Cactus Jack ride, Justin Allen in second, Rico Lucio third. It is the CD Davenport trucking ride of Taylor Beckwith running in fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it's going to be the 800 KTM of Colin Pounce. In 6th, the 122 Cobra is Sebastian Racine. And running in the 7th spot, the number 9, that is the Aussie Steak and Eggs County Ambulance Village Ambulance ride of Logan Tristani. Racers making their way down the right-hand side. You can see Ferry all the way down the far right-hand corner. So this is 65, 7 to 11 out on the track. Junior 25 plus next off the gate. Racers in the senior 40 plus Sportsman should be in staging, and 250B racers down to pre-staging. So Ferry up the center rhythm section, and there is Justin Allen. Lucio on the 581, trying to hang on to that second spot. Looks like he's starting to get a little bit of pressure, though. So there is 75, the inside line in the horseshoe turn section. So Evan Ferry through the triple section down into the finish line turn. Through the triple section, it is still the 26 of Justin Allen hanging on to that second spot as he makes his way through the finish line turn. And Taylor Beckwith battling with Colin Pounce for that third spot. So far, Beckwith on the CD Davenport trucking ride, able to hang on to it. But Colin Pounce is not going to back off on that. Racine now up in the mix as well as he gets around Lucio to take over the 5th place spot. So the 75, Evan Ferry out front with a lead, a little over 14 seconds there over the 26 of Justin Allen. So Evan Ferry really on the move. See Allen up the center rhythm section. CD Davenport trucking ride of Beckwith trying to hold off Colin Pounce. That is still the battle going on for that third spot. Pounce is right with him there, and now looks like Tristani in the mix as well on the number 9. No, that's actually the 122 of Racine, my mistake. But a good battle going on. 2 to 3 riders all duking it out for that third place spot. Watching that battle for third, the option tabletop jump as Ulita makes his way down to the finish line turn section. The 2-lap board is going to come out here for the 75 of Evan Ferry, the alias-backed KTM. And Allen going down in the horseshoe turn section. He's going to fire the bike back up, but that is going to give the second spot away. So with 2 to go, Justin Allen having a problem coming through the horseshoe turn section there. And he's going to give that second spot away. 526 of Beckwith going to do everything he can to hang on to it here, but he is going to have his hands full as Allen is right up and on him. As they head off into turn 2, we'll watch them pop into view through the inside-outside section as they head down the right-hand side. And Allen coming to the inside on Beckwith. And again, side by side at the end of the right-hand side there. So Taylor Beckwith, Justin Allen duking it out for that spot. That is now the battle for second. And it looks like Allen going to get the advantage here as he comes back along the tree line section. I believe that is the 26. So Justin Allen back into that second spot. And Ferry making his way over the Loctite launch, continuing to run out front here in the 65, 7-11. So 2 to go as Yulita makes his way up and over the finish line jump. So Ferry heading off down the right-hand side as we watch the battle for second, third, and fourth. Down to the finish line turn, and there is Allen able to get himself a little breathing room now in second. Beckwith continues to battle with Colin Pounch and the 122 of Sebastian Racine. That is the battle for that third position. Watching your riders all the way down the far side of the track, looking for the 75 of Evan Ferry to make his way right through the center rhythm section. All right, just please, Liam Langer, please go down to the registration building. Liam Langer, please go down to the registration building. And there is Yulita down the left-hand side. The Riverside Drive tabletop section one more time for the 75 of Evan Ferry. So there's the checkered flag, the race win for the rider on the 75, alias FMF KTM. That is Evan Ferry grabbing the win. And it looks like it's going to be the 26 of Justin Allen hanging on a second into the horseshoe turn section. And it looks like it is Beckwith who's going to hang on to that third spot. No, I believe Conch might have got him. So here we go with the next gate drop, though. So junior 25 plus out front with the hole shot. It's going to be the 238. So Ben Robinson grabbing the hole shot there for the junior 25 plus. Robinson going to lead him out of turn 2. It looks like he's got the advantage down the right-hand side. And it was Colin Pounce on the 800 getting that third spot there on the final lap in the 65, 7-11. So Ferry, Allen, Pounce, Beckwith, and Racine top 5. And underway here in Junior 25 plus. So it looks like Robinson holding down the top spot. I believe he's got the number 4 of Tony LaRusso right behind him, though, on the number 4 Honda. LaRusso going to start to put pressure on early as they come up and over the Loctite launch. All right, leaders down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So the 238 of Ben Robinson makes his way through, hanging on to the top spot. There's the Chaplin Motorsports ride of LaRusso in second. Scott Davis running the number 7. He's in the 3rd spot. Steve Avery running on the 571, running 4th in the 5th spot. It's going to be the 771 of Eli Moore, the Vert Moto sponsored rider. Cody Williams in 6th, Josh Studley in 7th, Nat Cole in 8th, Kevin Mazzani in 9th, and it's Tom Albano on the 13 Suzuki rounding out the top 10. So Junior 25 plus racers out on the track right now. Robinson trying to hold off LaRusso for the lead. Watching him come to the end of the straightaway stretch on the tree line. It looks like Robinson maintaining the gap. So your leaders down the left-hand side. Once again, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And Robinson filters through the high line there in the horseshoe turn section. LaRusso and Davis right behind him, 2nd and 3rd. So Ben Robinson maintains the top spot. The Chaplin Motorsports CT River MX ride of Tony LaRusso hanging on a 2nd, about a little under 2 seconds behind Robinson. Scott Davis, the DC3 Winchester Motorsports Tulco Line Construction Toy Box Customs ride continues in 3rd. Steve Avery 4th, and Cody Williams now going to move around the 771 or more to take over a top 5 spot. See if the 771 rider can get back into a top 5 position here as you watch your leaders all the way down the tree line section. Here comes Robinson back up that center rhythm section. So picking up your leaders on the left-hand side, it's no change at the front of the pack as the 238 of Robinson still maintains the top spot. 2-lap board is out now for the Fox Racing Suzuki ride of Robinson Chaplin Motorsports. CT River MX ride of Tony LaRusso continues in the second spot. Scott Davis, the DC3 rider, in third. There's a 571 of Steve Avery in fourth. And the 25 is Cody Williams moving up to round out the top 5. So this is Junior 25 plus out on the track right now. Watching Ben Robinson make his way up that center rhythm section out front with the lead. Oh, Robinson clips a tire. LaRusso's going to have to move around that one. So there is Robinson and LaRusso clearing that 110-foot option jump. Looks like Scott Davis going to hit the same jump right behind him. We'll follow him through the S-turn section. And LaRusso looks as though he's closed up about as close as he's been so far in this moto. Going to get the 1-lap board this time around when they come down to the finish line turn. So 1 to go as we follow Ben Robinson up and over the finish line jump. So Robinson, LaRusso, and Davis, there you see the top 3 through the start turn section. So no change at the front of the pack here with the 1-lap board out. Watching him head off down the right-hand side there. Following the third place ride here, that's the number 7 to Davis all the way down the tree line section. Looked like he was trying to set something up on LaRusso coming down that right-hand side. I watched him give a little look over his shoulder there. I didn't know if maybe he was trying to figure out a way to get a line on him. Here he goes to the end of that section there, and you'll watch that Davis kind of went to the outside, trying to sweep around on LaRusso. Got to get up pretty early in the morning to fool the number 4 of LaRusso. He's got multiple NESC championships. He's been a pro rider. He's been around the block a couple of times. So, and Davis going after him on the inside. So the battle for second place really starting to heat up here. Scott Davis all over the place going after Tony LaRusso as we watch him hit the option jump. So down the left-hand side, Robinson, LaRusso, and Davis, top 3 riders, all just about the same set of real estate there. See Davis uses the outside line in the off-camber, the horseshoe. The checkered flag in the race window, going to go to the 238 Suzuki. Ben Robinson. LaRusso going to hang on to second. Davis pushing hard there. He'll have to settle for third on the DC3 Winchester Motorsports Toco Line Co. Toy Box Customs ride. Fourth place is going to be the 571 of Steve Avery, and it looks like it's going to be Cody Williams rounding out the top 5. And we're going to get ready to go with the senior 40-plus class. So senior 40-plus racers getting set to leave the gate here. And a pretty close battle to the turn, but it looked like it might have been the 13 Suzuki rider, Rich Frank, with the hole shot. Frank is under fire by a pack of Kawasaki riders before he can get out of turn 3. And it looks like he might have got the top spot back. Suzuki rider edging back to the front of the pack. So it is the 13 Suzuki, Rich Frank, taking the top spot as they come back up that center rhythm section into the off-camber turn. It looks like the 18 Big Boys Toys Kawasaki Team Green and Cherubies factory backing Pro Taper fly ride of Paul Cornell, the Kawasaki that's putting the pressure on Rich Frank for the lead. The lead is down the left-hand side, down to the horseshoe turn section. And onto the inside line before the finish. That is the number 13 out front with the early lead. So Rich Frank with the lead. Paul Cornell on the Team Green Kawasaki ride, hanging on a second. J.J. Mendez in third, John Major, the Ray Z Cycle Honda in fourth. It's going to be Shane Dutka rounding out the top 5. Phil Taylor sixth, Gene Nyman in 7th, Ken Short 8th, Mark Wesley the 512 running in 9th. And rounding out the top 10 on the 95 Honda is going to be Mike Genero. As we see Frank making the left-hand turn at the far corner of the track and down the tree line section. So the 13 looking a little bit lucky here today for Rich Frank as he's trying to get it done out front in the senior 40 plus. And then we see Frank coming to the end of that straightaway along the tree line into the center rhythm section. Gap continuing between Frank and Cornell, about 3.5 seconds first time over. We'll see what it looks like this time. Riders making their way through the center section. There you see leader up and over the Loctite launch. So there is the 13 Suzuki ride. Rich Frank going to maintain the top spot as he makes his way through the high line in that horseshoe turn. And now things starting to tighten up behind him. John Major has moved right up on the back tire of Cornell. So Rich Frank coming through the finish line turn. He's out front. There's the 18 factory backing Dunlop Lucas Oil ride of Cornell. There's the 14 of John Major. So things are starting to tighten up at the front of the pack. As we watch the 13 head through that inside-outside turn 3 section. And looks like a little trouble coming out of turn 2 for the 14 of Major as Cornell now has a little more breathing room in that second spot. Less than a second was the gap when they came across the finish, but Cornell, I think, has gotten himself a little more breathing room as you see him at the end of the right-hand side. Major just in the picture behind him. see Major closing up the gap there at the end of that straightaway along the tree line. They're going to make the left-hander, I'm sorry, the right-hand 90-degree turn into that rhythm section. The 14 has the inside line, and he's going to make the pass into second. So a nice technical move there by John Major, setting himself up a couple turns ahead. Cornell tries to answer back. Side by side into the turn, up and over the Loctite launch, and they are right next to each other. So John Major and Paul Cornell battling for that second place spot. Meanwhile, the 13 of Rich Frank, that's good news for him. He is out front. Nobody's closing in on him. He's got that battle going on behind him. And that is what you want. Let those guys sort it out behind you while you try to make the way to the checkered flag to grab the win. So down to 2 to go as we watch 13 Suzuki ride of Rich Frank make his way over the finish line jump. And Major making the pass now as he makes it stick. So John Major made that pass in the back section, set himself up, and now he's got a little bit of breathing room. And looks like he's going to try to make a run after the leader here, but 2 laps to go, so we'll see how much time he can make up. We watch Frank at the end of that right-hand side. They came over the finish line, 4.5 seconds, the gap between first and second, but this is a good section of track for Major, so let's see if he can close up a little bit on the leader. So with the 2-lap board out, Rich Frank, John Major, Paul Cornell, J.J. Mendez, Phil Taylor, the top 5. Shane Dutka in 6th, Ken Short 7th, Gene Nyman in 8th. Mike General, the 95 Honda in 9th, and it's going to be the 512 Suzuki of Mark Wesley rounding out the top 10. There is Rich Frank making his way down there. The 14 of Major making his way through. Again, the gap doesn't look as though it's closed down that much. But they are definitely starting to move away from the 3rd place ride of Paul Cornell. So Cornell maintaining a good solid 3rd place run, but starting to lose touch with the leaders just a little bit. We are down to 1 to go here. And John Major is charging after Rich Frank. Gap's about the same, but it looks like Major has a little bit more left in the tank here with the 1-lap board out. So with the 1-lap board out, you've got your leaders coming up that center rhythm section. Up and over the Loctite launch, we're picking up the 13 of Rich Frank, and there's the 14. So John Major has closed down the gap, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time here. As we watch Frank hit the end of that option tabletop jump. does not look like John Major is going to be able to close up the gap on the leader as they come down that Riverside Drive tabletop section one final time. There's the 13 Suzuki of Rich Frank making his way through. And that is going to be the checkered flag and the race win. The 13 Suzuki ride, Rich Frank takes the win. The number 14 alias Ray Z Cycle 6D factory connection Honda ride, John Major across the line for second. And it's going to be the 18 Big Boys Toys Kawasaki Team Green, Suomi, Dunlop, Lucas Oil, Fly Ride, Paul Cornell hanging on a third. 250B riders will be next off the gate. Riders in the 250C, you should be in the staging area. 85, 9 to 11 at Mini Senior 2 down to pre-staging. All right, here we go with 250B. And that looked to be the 116 of TJ Albright grabbing the whole shot. Leaders heading down that right-hand side. And Albright has got a challenge for the top spot early. So TJ Albright and the 36 of Miguel Correa battling for the lead early on. A pack of riders chasing them down through that center rhythm section. And there's Albright and Miguel Correa up and over the Loctite launch. Oh, Correa, nice move to the inside right before the option tabletop. Hopping around that edge of the track there. I'm not exactly sure what that line was, but Correa closes right up on TJ Albright. And the 116 of Albright goes for the table to single there on the left-hand side of the track. Correa has the inside line through the horseshoe, though, and he's going to make the pass into the lead. Both riders hit the triple. Correa a little bit smoother. So the 36 of Miguel Correa takes over the top spot here in the 250B. TJ Albright in second. It's Brandon Lambert running in third. Max Gomez, the 494, runs fourth. Jared Bashiri on the 111 is going to round out the top five. Looks like Jean-Christophe Bouchot will be in sixth. Lance Harder, the 753 Yamaha, in seventh. Austin Clapp, the 861 Decal Works. Steve Balboni Amsoil ride is running in the eighth spot. Carlos Gonçalves ninth, and Ryan Melly rounds out the top 10 on the 723 as we watch leaders make their way down the right-hand side. And here comes that pitched battle for the lead back up the center rhythm section. Correa hanging on to the top spot. He made the pass right before the finish. And Albright is trying to work after him. Maybe we watch third, fourth, and fifth up that center rhythm section. So Gomez, Bashiri, and Lambert all battling in the top five. And here comes Albright again after the Loctite launch. Tries to get on the inside. So the battle for the lead down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. This time around, Albright does not air out that big jump. He's going to switch up lines and go around the outside in that horseshoe turn section. So great battle going on. Miguel Correa, TJ Albright out front. Brandon Lambert, Max Gomez, Jared Basheri, third, fourth, and fifth. Watching your leaders up that center rhythm section. And Albright is gone after the 36 of Correa, but just has not been able to get back on him. They're pretty close in lap times. You watch him switching up the lines there, coming into the Loctite launch. Both riders under the 154. It was Miguel Correa running a 152 that time, a 153 flat for TJ Albright. So very similar in the lap times as we watch him hit that option tabletop. Hey folks, rider number 508 looking for an expansion chamber for a 2004 CR250. If you've got an expansion chamber for the 2004 CR250, find rider number 508 out there in the pits, let him know. Or come on up here to the tower, let me know, we'll call him back up. But once again, rider number 508 looking for an expansion chamber for a 2004 CR250. And Lambert hanging on to that third spot as we watch him come through the finish line turn. There is the 494 Gomez, and the 111 of Basheri has closed up the gap on Gomez as we watch him come through the finish line turn there. So things are going to start to tighten up there for Gomez. Back down the right-hand side for Correa Albright. We watch them hit the end of that right-hand side section. There's the battle for third into that switchback turn. So Albright and Correa continue their battle out front, picking up the fight for third, fourth, and fifth here. You got Jared Basheri, Carlos Gonçalves, Buchhold, all battling for that spot. You watch 4 or 5 riders hitting that turn as they go to the S-turn section. Your leaders are on the left-hand side right now, but we are following the battle for third as they come down the left-hand side. Going to split lines in the horseshoe turn section. Some riders going high. Looks like Basheri going to use the high line. That one might have worked out for him. So with Correa and Albright, 1 and 2, Lambert, Gomez, Gonçalves, top 5, Buchhold, Basheri, Harder, Panacos, and Milana through the top 10. And look at the battle going on here for that third place spot. as Brandon Lambert has got a target on his back there. The number 12 is under pretty serious pressure. Look at him over the Loctite launch there, and look at the pack of riders. There's 4 riders right behind him, all of them battling for that top 5 spot. And this one is going to get hectic before it's over. So good racing here at Winchester Speedpark for the Loretta Lynn's area qualifier. This is the 250B class out on the track right now. The 2-lap board comes out for the 116 of TJ Albright. And Albright, not a lot of breathing room now as we watch the number 12. Lambert sends it on the table to single down the left-hand side. And no, actually, that was the 494. My mistake. That was Max Gomez. But Gomez, for all that show, doesn't pay off for him because the 101 of Jake Kanakos is going to make the pass on him after the finish. So Gomez, a little fireworks over the table to single, but Jake Kanakos says, yeah, I'm going to put the tire to the ground and make the pass, man. I got to go. So it's TJ Albright, Miguel Correa, Jake Kanakos, the top 3 now, I'm sorry. Max Gomez 4th. Jean-Christophe Bohol rounds out the top 5 on the 456. Gonçalves in 7th. Bashiri 8th. Lambert 9th. Lance Harder and Hunter Henkel will round out the top 10. Picking up your leader on the 116, TJ Albright coming through the horse turn section. Into the finish line turn, he's going to get the 1-lap board. And a little bit of an issue now for the 36 of Correa as he is off the pace that the leader had. So Miguel Correa falling back off the pace just a little bit. There's the 101, Jake Panancos. We're going to pick him up in 3rd. So Panancos, a nice stylish whip down the right-hand side as he heads down to the far right-hand section. Follow him along the tree line. So Albright making his way through the outside line in the option jump. Picking up the battle for 3rd and 4th as it looks like there is the 494. And there is your leader one more time down the left-hand side into the horseshoe turn section. Cruising through the triple section, checkered flag, and the race win here in the 250B for the 116 of TJ Albright. Albright with a good challenge early on from Miguel Correa, but able to withstand the pressure. Correa is going to hang on, it looks like, to the 2nd spot on the 36. The 101 Fox Racing ride, Jake Panancos was right on him there at the finish, though. Another lap, the Moto E rider might have got him. That does do it for the 250B. C riders, race number 6 in the order, getting set to leave the gate here. DJ Albright, Miguel Correa, Jake Panancos, Jean-Christophe Buchholz, and Max Gomez, top 5. We're underway here in 250C. And that looked to be the rider on the 136. I believe that was Rodayo La Felice, rider out of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. All right, so coming up and over the Loctite launch, looks like it's going to be the 29 as Sam Andrews taking over the top spot. Into the option tabletop section there as we follow the pack of riders through that big sweeping right-hander. There's the battle for the lead coming out of the S-turn. That does look like Andrews out front on the 29, reaching up to clear the vision as he comes up and over the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And taking over the top spot, the 95 is Sam Donaldson. So Donaldson gets around the 29. Andrews is going to drop down, it looks like, to the 4th spot. So Jay Donaldson, Rodayo Felice, Dalen Vernaza, Sam Andrews, Will Russell, top 5. Pierce Foster in 6th. Gavin Wynn running in 7th. Alex White 8th. Mitchell O'Keefe 9th. And Bryce Moore, the 241, is going to round out the top 10 here on lap 1. Pretty solid pack of riders out on the track right now. So there is Donaldson on the 95 up to the top of the off-camber turn. And looks like Andrews has made a couple of moves. He's right on the back tire now, I believe, of Infelice. Some passing being made in the front of the pack here. Here comes your leader down to the horseshoe turn section. Donaldson giving himself some breathing room now. So Jay Donaldson looks like the only rider that's not under pressure on the track right now. So Jay Donaldson, Rodayo Felice, Dalen Vernaza, Will Russell, Mitchell O'Keefe, top 5 still. thought Andrews had been the one battling up those at the front, but it's actually Vernaza on the 410. So Vernaza making some moves there on the 410 Suzuki ride. Here is your leader on the 95 Yamaha ride, Jay Donaldson up the center rhythm section, and he is starting to open up a gap as he goes to the high line in the off camber. Look at the battle heating up behind him there for that second spot. Felice in that position right now, but it's the 410 of Vernaza going to take it away. So the Suzuki rider moves to second. And looks like Mitchell O'Keefe trying to make the move to third as O'Keefe went around the outside in that off camber. So the battle for that second spot going to go down the left-hand side of the track. We're going to pick up the 95 of Donaldson coming through the horseshoe turn section. There is your leader nice and smooth on the inside line. He's going to double that triple section there, and the two-lap board is out. So 2 to go here for the Jay Donaldson, the 95 Yamaha rider. Vernaza on the 410. Going to give up that second spot to the 446. So Mitchell O'Keefe will take that second spot away. Donaldson, O'Keefe, Vernaza, Russell, and Ina Felice. That is the top 5. Bryce Moore, the 241, trying to get into that top 5. He's been right there a couple times, has not been able to make the pass and make it happen. So we're going to do laps here, 250C. It's going to want to remind folks from Aggressive Graphics in the house here. They're doing custom on-site jersey numbering and lettering. Also, if you have pit shirts, you got sweatshirts, anything you want to put the logos on, those guys can put a logo and a number on whatever it is you want to put on your body. So go ahead down there, say hi to the folks from Aggressive Graphics. They also do full custom graphic kits, as well as pre-prints for any bike brand, size, or style. So Aggressive Graphics in the house. Make sure you stop down and say hi to those folks. And of course, Factory Connection. FC Mike, the road warrior in the house. You cannot beat that. If you're looking for suspension advice, you're not going to get any better advice than you are from the folks at Factory Connection. They have been racing for a long, long time. And guess what, folks? All they do is suspension tuning. They don't do anything else. They take care of suspension, and they do it right. So if you want to get the best advice you're ever going to get on how to tune that thing, get down to the Factory Connection rig. You can go down there and ask questions for free. Clicker setup, sag, anything like that. They'll be happy to talk to you for free. The folks at Factory Connection are the best in the business, so get down there and say hi to them, and thanks for supporting the events here at Winchester. And hey, also folks, I want to remind you, do not forget, whether you are a guaranteed advancement spot or want to register as an alternate, you've got to pre-register by the deadlines for your regional classes. So the regional championship for amateurs, June 20th and 21st at Unadilla. You got to register by June 15th. And the youth classes, May 30th and 31st at Birch Creek Motorsports. You got to register by May 25th. So don't miss those registration deadlines. If you want to register as an alternate, or even if you qualify straight through, you've got to pre-enter. You've got to make sure you get yourself registered. Go on mxsports.com and get the information. You don't want to miss a guaranteed spot on the gate because you didn't follow the right procedure. So the 95, Jay Donaldson, going to make his way out of the S-turn section. We're looking for him on the left-hand side here. He's going to head into the finish line turn one more time for the checkered flag. So that'll be the race win for the 95 Yamaha ride. That is Jay Donaldson, the winner here in the 250C. 446 of Mitchell O'Keefe, going to hang on to that second spot. On the 410, bringing it across the line to hang on to third is Dalen Vernaza. William Russell will finish it out in fourth. Then it's going to be Bryce Moore rounding out the top five. 85, 9 to 11, and 85 senior 2. I'm sorry, mini senior 2, 12 to 14 next off the gate. Once again, I want to remind folks, please make sure you check your official posted results. They are on the results board at the entrance into the start gate area. You need to make sure you check the official posted results for your official finish position. What you hear saying over the microphone during the day are strictly unofficial results. You need to make sure you check the posting board. A lot of things can happen throughout the day that will affect the final posting, so make sure you get down there and check the board. So we're going to be 85 cc 9 to 11. And mini senior 2 racers will be coming off the gate next. This is race number 7 in the order. Senior 45 plus, vet 30 plus sportsman, you should be in the staging area. And Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC riders, race number 9 down to the pre-staging area. And looks like we're about set to go here. Mini senior 2 and 85 9 to 11. Sweeping in from the outside, that's going to be the 444. That is the Winchester Motorsports Factory Connection Keith Johnson Motocross Schools ride of Justin Coquinos grabbing the whole shot. And here we go now with the 85 9 to 11. Oh, looks like we got a rider over in turn 2 having a little bit of trouble from the first gate drop, so we'll hold it up just a second here. Now we'll go with the second gate drop here, 85 9 to 11. We do have a rider that's got some problems out there. I actually didn't see him right before turn 2, so trying to get that rider cleared off there and make sure everyone is safe. And it looks like everybody is all set off the side of the track. Now here we go with the 85 9 to 11. And it is going to be the rider on the 26. That's the Cactus Jacks ride of Justin Allen grabbing the whole shot. There is the 444. Justin Coquinos out front with the lead there in the mini senior. Looks like it might be the 198 of Felino making the move into the second spot behind him. Angelo Felino's been quick here all weekend long, so I would not be surprised for that to be him. Your leader making his way out of the S-turn section. And here comes Justin Coquinos down the left-hand side. The 444 of Justin Coquinos holding down the top spot here in the mini senior as we watch him head through the start turn. Angelo Felino, the 198 rider, in the second spot. going to be the number 10 of the Tyler Blowers, the One Industry Spy, Unifilter Pro Taper Dunlop ride, hanging on to third. Sam St. Laurent, the Manchester Sports Center rider, fourth. Alex Fenoff rounds out the top five. Then you got Brad Williams in sixth. Kyle Gattani seventh. Zeppi Wright eighth. Zach Poor ninth. And Pat Prescott rounding out the top 10 on the 199. So looking for the 444 of Coquinos to make his way down that center rhythm section. Here he comes on the 444 Honda ride. Foligno hanging on the second behind him. And out front holding down the lead, the 85 9-11. It's still the 26 Justin Allen. Matt Clark hanging on a second on the 481. Logan Tristani, the number 9 Aussie Steak and Eggs County Ambulance Village Ambulance ride in third. It's Andrew Weingartner running in the fourth spot on the 308. So Justin Coquinos in the 198 of Angelo Foligno still running 1 and 2 here. The 48 of Fenoff gets round to third. There's the 128 of Sam St. Laurent to fourth. On the number 10, it is going to be Blowers moving into the fifth spot now on the Dunlop Decal Works Atlas Vortex Torque 1 Racing ride. So clicking off the laps here as we continue to race 85 9-11. Justin Allen, Matt Clark, Logan Tristani top 3. Justin Coquinos, Angelo Foligno, and Alex Fenoff top 3 in the Mini Senior 2. All right, so the 2-lap board is going to come out here as we continue to click off the laps in the 85 9-11 and Mini Senior 2. Justin Coquinos, Angelo Foligno, Alex Fenoff, Sam St. Laurent, and Zach Poor top 5 in the Mini Senior 2. follow the 444 of Kinos down the center section there. And your leader here in the 85 senior 9 to 11. Here's the 26 of Justin Allen making his way through the start turn section. Allen, a solid gap on the field there, the 26 Kawasaki. He's been following the battle in the other class ahead of him, so. Give you a look at the 26 of Allen. So he's going to make his way down the right-hand side. And there is your leader in the mini senior 2, the 444 of Kikinos, making his way over the finish line jump as we follow the battle, or the leader, I should say, in the 85 9 to 11, the 26 of Justin Allen on the far side of the track. So working through the final lap here in the 85 9 to 11 mini senior 2. Senior 45 plus, vet 30 plus sportsman next off the gate. Schoolboy 2 BC riders, you should be in staging. Masters 50 plus riders in pre-staging. So there is the 444 Honda ride. Justin Kikinos will hit the option tabletop jump. He's going to scrub off the speed there, just do the single of it. And make his way to the S-turn section here on the final lap. Looking to grab another checkered flag. So there is your leader final time through the finish line turn, and the checkered flag comes out for the 444, the Alias Factory Connection Winchester Motorsports ride. That is the Keith Johnson Motocross Schools ride of Justin Kikinos with the win. Angelo Felino on the 198 going to hang on to that second spot. Looking for the 48 of Fenoff, so he can hang on to third. The 14 of Zach Poor makes the pass on the final lap, take over that fourth spot. Sam St. Laurent will round out the top 5. Moto win in the 85 9 to 11. We're looking at the 26 of Justin Allen, the Cactus Jacks ride. Logan Tristani will finish it up in second. I believe it's going to be the 481 of Matt Clark third for that one. And we're going to get ready to go now with race number 8 in the order, the Vet 30 plus Sportsman and Senior 45 plus. There is your winner in the 85 9 to 11 to 26 of Justin Allen making his way across the finish line jump. I want to send a big happy birthday out to Hunter Benoit, racer number 15. Hunter celebrating a birthday with us here this weekend, so happy birthday, Hunter Benoit. And here we go with Vet 30 plus. at 71 on the inside. That is Shane Dutka going to grab the whole shot for the 30-plus sportsman class. Go back to the start straight here for the second gate drop. This will be the senior 45-plus. And the 14, John Major on the inside, going to just squeeze by Kurt McMillan for the whole shot. And McMillan looks like he's going to get him back as they head down the right-hand side. Looks like it's going to be the 13. Rich Frank finding his way to the front of the pack here in the vet 30-plus sportsman class. The 997 of Sprague and the 981 Steve Oldham battling behind him there in second and third. We'll see if they can make something happen here, but early on in the moto. So the 13 of Frank goes high to the inside line in the horseshoe turn section. So there is Rich Frank, Fox Racing Suzuki rider out front here in the vet 30-plus. Steve Oldham, the 981, hanging on a second, but he's got the 997 putting the pressure on him. Oh, and a mistake by Brandon Sprague at the finish, so Monzani's going to get around him. Sprague will drop down to fourth. Ryan McLeod rounds out the top five. Ciencio in sixth. Shane Dutka seventh. Felipe Pinheiro running eighth. Mark Siegel running in ninth. And it's going to be Eric Barrow rounding out the top 10 for the vet 30-plus. And there is your leader in the senior 45-plus, Kurt McMillan coming through. So McMillan leading away on the 28 Suzuki. There's the 14 of John Major. Looks like he's tracking him in second. And the 40 of Steve Ferreira running third. Wesley fourth, and Carl Ballin rounds out the top five in the senior 45-plus. So Rich Frank back up the center rhythm section. Steve Oldham, Brandon Sprague still battling in that second and third spot. And now Moanzani on the Honda up in the mix as well. Moanzani might have made the move to second. And it does indeed look like the 221 Kevin Moanzani making the move around into second. Oldham to third now. So it is Rich Frank maintaining the top spot. Moanzani into second. The 981 Oldham third. 997 of Brandon Sprague running in the fourth spot, and rounding out the top five now going to be the rider on the 47. That is Ryan McLeod. Beautiful day of racing here at Winchester Speedpark. Absolutely gorgeous day for the Loretta Lynn's Northeast Area Qualifier. We are very happy and proud to be part of the MX Sports family here, part of the only national championship here in amateur racing, the Rocky Mountain ATV MC Loretta Lynn's National, presented by Amsoil. That'll be taking place down there at Loretta Lynn's Ranch in August. As we said, this is the first step in the process right here. John Major making the first step he needs to get around Kurt McMillan, so he's got the lead now in the senior 45-plus. McMillan to second, Ferreira third, Bond in fourth, and Wesley now rounds out the top five. It is still Rich Frank, Kevin Morzani, Steve Oldham, Brandon Sprague, and Ryan McLeod. Top five in the Vet 30-plus Sportsman. And it looked like things are starting to tighten up at the front of the pack in that class as we follow the battle with the 13 of Frank coming up and over the Loctite launch. And there is the 221. Morzani has closed up on him. So the 13, Rich Frank, the 221, Kevin Morzani making their way through. Third place still seems like it is the 981 of Oldham. .997, Brandon Sprague coming through on the Suzuki, running in fourth. And now Major trying to give himself some breathing room as he tries to work through a little bit of the traffic. McMillan there on the 28 Suzuki ride in second will follow the 14 of Major down the right-hand side. So two-lap board out here. It is Rich Frank, Kevin Morzani, Steve Oldham, top three in the Vet 30-plus Sportsman. John Major, Kurt McMillan, Steve Ferreira, top three in the Senior 45-plus. And here is the battle for the lead in the Vet 30 Sportsman. Morzani has closed right up on Rich Frank. This is about as close as he's been all race long. And they got one more time around to decide this one. Rich Frank using the inside line. Morzani's going to go to the outside. No change in position there. Out of turn two into the option turn. Rich Frank going to use the outside, Morzani to the inside. And I'm not sure either one of those locations is any quicker than the other. And Morzani going to put on some speed all the way on the far side. So working through the laps here, Senior 45-plus, Vet 30-plus Sportsman, race number 8 in the order. Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16, BC next off the gate. Masters 50-plus should be in staging. College 16 to 24, Sportsman riders down to pre-staging. All right, back up that center rhythm section. And into the off-camber turn to 13 is dealing with pressure now. Morzani around the outside coming to the Loctite launch. And a little bit of lap traffic in front of them. Looks like they're both going to get through there cleanly, but looks like Rich Frank a little better line on the inside coming out of the S-turn section. And that might put the seal on it right there. And it looks like that is going to be the checkered flag coming out here. So the race win will go to the rider on the 13 Suzuki. That is Rich Frank grabbing the win. So solid run for the Fox Racing Suzuki rider. So Kevin Wazani across the line for second. Steve Oldham, the 981, going to hang on to third. The 18 making a move there at the finish. We'll see if McMillan can hang on to the top spot here on the final lap in the Senior 45 Plus, getting back around Major. And he is going to hang on for the win. So McMillan wins in the Senior 45 Plus. John Major across the line second, looking for Ferreira to hang on to third. And we're going to get ready to go now. Schoolboy 2. So we have got the 23, Carlos Gonçalves, with a whole shot here in Schoolboy 2. Yamaha rider taking over the top spot here early on. That looks to be the 116. So TJ Albright moves to the front of the pack. Gonçalves into second. And looks like it's going to be the 238 of Kyle Bushy making a move to third as they head through the off-camber turn section. So you see Albright into the option tabletop section. He's going to air out the 110-footer. And into the S-turn section as we pick up the battle for the lead down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. So there's Albright through the triple section right by the finish. So TJ Albright with the lead. 23 of Carlos Gonçalves in second. Jake Pinacos on the 101 running third. Bushy is going to move to the fourth spot on the 238 North Star Motorsports ride. Rounding out the top five, going to be the 25 of Dave Milana. It's going to be Jeffrey Galasso in sixth. Jared Basheri running in seventh. Austin Clapp on the 861 up to eighth. Brady Hill ninth. And Seth Nicolo, the Nicolo Carpentry rider, going to round out the top 10 here on lap one. So TJ Albright trying to run at the front of the pack early here. We watch him come up that center rhythm section. Nice scrub over that single. And there you see the battle second and third. That is Gonçalves and Pinacos. Albright up and over the Loctite launch. Here comes second and third over the launch. And Pinacos on the inside. Looks like he's going to go to the back corner. So following that battle for second as they come down the left-hand side. And Gonsalves continues to hold Jake Panancos behind him. Panancos is going to switch it up around the outside. Gonsalves uses the inside. Solid move there by the 101. You got to switch up the lines. And Panancos to the turn. And the 101 cuts him off at the finish turn and makes the pass. So Jake Panancos sets that one up coming into the finish line turn to make the move into second. And there is Albright heading down the right-hand side. So Albright, Panancos, and Gonsalves top three here as we work through in the Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC. Kyle Bushy still fourth, Dave Milana fifth, Basheri in the sixth spot, Galasso seventh, Brady Hill in eighth, Seth Nicolo ninth. And it's going to be the 519 of Jake LaChapelle rounding out the top 10 now. And Albright going to send the table to signal down the left-hand side. So the table to single jump coming down that Riverside Drive tabletop. Not every rider here doing it. Albright's been able to break it out. We've seen Panancos do it. I didn't see him do it in this one yet, but we know he's got it in his bag of tricks. So there goes your leader on the 116 down the right-hand side. TJ Albright, Jake Panancos about 3.5 seconds behind him. Gonsalves 5 seconds back of that. Then it's Bushy fourth and Milana still fifth. So through the inside section, Albright, Panancos about the same gap between the first two riders. This is the Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC out on the track right now. Masters 50 plus next off the gate. College 16 to 24 Sportsman riders, you should be in the staging area. And vet 35 plus riders need to be down in pre-staging. Again, we want to say we hope everyone who was watching live online enjoying the live streaming here at Winchester. We're going to be doing that throughout the year. We'll do that for our events and some of the special events throughout the year. Picking up Jake Panancos as he comes through the horseshoe turn section. And the two-lap board is going to be out for the 116 as TJ Albright makes his way through. So Jake Panancos still trying to track down TJ Albright. There you see the 23 of Gonsalves through the finish line turn. Solid run on that 23X, 238 of Bushy coming through on the Mohawk Racing North Star Motorsports ride. And there's the 25 of Milana, your fifth place rider. All right, so picking up the battle for the lead, and there you have it. Panakos is going to air out that big table to single on the left-hand side, I should say, the Riverside Drive tabletop. Just as I was saying earlier, I hadn't seen him do it. Boom, he pops into sight and hammers it. Making up a little time with that one. We got the one lap board out. And there's the battle for the lead, TJ Albright. He had a pretty good gap earlier on. Jake Panakos has whittled away at that spot. And this time around, coming across the finish line, a second and a half separating him. The gap was up as far as 3.5 seconds earlier in the moto. So Panakos doing his best to chip away. As we watch him down the right-hand side, he is as close to Albright as he's been all race long. All right, the 101 closing up the gap now as they come over the Loctite launch. Albright had a good line through there, but Panakos, oh, and a little mistake there, approaching the option. So Panakos not able to hit the triple. Not sure if that is going to put it out of reach here, as Albright with a good line out of that S-turn section. So here we go, final time down. Both riders are going to air out the table to single. Albright and Panakos both using that high line, so it doesn't look like we're going to see a change in position here. Albright's going to have to make a serious mistake, and I just don't see that happening. So there's the checkered flag, and the 116 Yamaha of Albright comes away with the win. The Moto E Fox Racing Oakley ride of Jake Panakos across the line in second. It looks like it is going to be the 23 KTM ride of Gonsalves hanging on to third as he makes his way down to the finish line turn. On the 238, Bushy will hang on a fourth. So the North Star Motorsports rider hangs on a fourth. We're looking for the 25 in Milano to make his way through triple section and round out the top five. Masters 50-plus races will be next off the gate. So I said Masters 50-plus races will be coming out next. So getting a little bit of water down on the track here. As you can see, we've got the water trucks rolling through. We've got a beautiful day here at Winchester. And just taking some time to put a little bit of water down on the track before we get underway here with the Masters 50-plus. So once again, want to remind folks that you got plenty of folks down the vendors area to take care of you. Head down, say hi to the folks down at the Factory Connection rig. You know, they say nothing in life is free, but you can go down to the Factory Connection rig and get about the best advice you're ever going to get on suspension tuning from a guy who has done it more than anybody else in the business. FC Mike down there, trackside. He has set up bikes for guys that are gone all the way from the amateurs out to the pros. And he has probably forgotten more about suspension tuning and setup than you and I are ever going to know. So make sure you head down there, say hi. They say nothing in life is free, but you can go down to the factory. And also you can head down and say hi to the folks down at the Aggressive Graphics rig. They are here doing custom jersey numbering and lettering on site. They also will put numbers, letters, whatever you like on whatever. You got pit shirts, you got hoodies, you've got T-shirts, you name it. If you've got a team look you want to put together, go down and say hi to the folks from Aggressive Graphics. They've also got full custom preprints, backgrounds, you name it. The folks at Aggressive Graphics can help you out. And they are here trackside supporting the riders. Once again, want to remind folks, on the Labor Day weekend, we do the New England Regional Championship. That is the biggest thing to hit motocross racing here in New England all year long. And it's a big event, 3 days over the Labor Day weekend. We've got fireworks, we have barbecues, we'll have a band for the big guys, and all kinds of fun stuff for the little guys as well, and all kinds of racing action throughout the weekend. So Labor Day weekend, put it on your calendar now, and make sure you are here for the New England Regional Championship. And of course, don't forget, coming up, we've got the Summertime Supercross Series here at Winchester. We race at night on the Supercross track across the street, so go to WinchesterSpeedPark.com for all the information on that. And don't forget, coming up May 23rd and 24th, the Memorial Day weekend, we're Winchester on the motocross track. That is NEMX NCSC combined here with Winchester on Saturday. And on Sunday, we've got Honda, Yamaha, KTM, and Suzuki contingency on Saturday, Yamaha, Suzuki, and Kawasaki contingency on Sunday. So put it on the calendar, get on out here for next weekend, Memorial Day weekend here at Winchester. And of course, June 6th is the opening day for the Supercross track. Winchester Supercross Series, round 1 of the nighttime series on June 6th. And that one is one you want to put on the calendar because that's always a lot of fun when we get the new track broken in. Get people out there trying to figure out the different combinations, and it always amazes us at how quickly our riders are able to figure these things out and put together the jump combos that we never thought you guys would be able to do. So June 6th is the first of the Supercross nighttime races. That's the opening day for the nighttime Supercross series. And that's going to be a Honda, Yamaha, KTM, and Suzuki contingency day. So plenty of plenty of contingency bucks up for grabs here from all the manufacturers throughout the year. And of course, do need to remind folks that Winchester Motorsports always open out at the front of the property on race days. And we are a full-line KTM dealer. If you're looking for a brand new KTM, one of those game changers as they call them, grab yourself one of the 2015s over at Winchester Motorsports. And guess what? No tax when you buy it here in New Hampshire. That's right, no sales tax here in New Hampshire. So save yourself a bundle, grab yourself a brand new bike at Winchester Motorsports. We also do a full line of service on any brand. Here we go. We have got the Masters 50-plus racers underway. So rider number 21, that is Gene Nyman, going to grab the whole shot. And it looks like John Major and Kurt McMillan are going to get to renew that battle they had earlier on, as it is the 28 of McMillan out front, the 14 Major into the second spot, Gene Nyman into third. So there you see McMillan hitting the option tabletop jump, Major in the second spot behind him, the 21 of Nyman in third. So Kurt McMillan, John Major 1 and 2 as you see him come to the finish line turn. Major on the Ray Z Cycle Honda. McMillan, the Fox Racing Suzuki. There's the 21 of Nyman making his way through, hanging on to third. On the 95 Honda, that is Mike Genero coming through in fourth. And it looks like it's going to be the 54 of Roger Newt rounding out the top five. Newt with a little bit of company there, the 26 of Shaka. And it looks like down that tree line section, the 14 of Major has closed up now on McMillan. As I said, we saw these guys battling earlier on in the day. It was a pretty tight battle between the two of them, and it looks like it's going to be another one in this moto here, as they have nobody in front of them. So nice clear track to battle on here, as we watch the 28 and the 14 come on up that center rhythm section. So there's your leaders working through that center section into that S turn. And it is the 28 of McMillan leading it out. See the water truck ballet going on out there. And again, Major closes up the gap. It seems like on this end of the track, it's a bit quicker for the for the 14 of Major. Kurt McMillan seems to open it up a little when they get into that back section. There is the 21 of Nyman, starting to lose touch with the leaders a little bit as they battle on the right-hand side, but still a solid third-place run going for Nyman. There is the leaders back up the center rhythm section. We watch them come up the tree line there, McMillan and Major. And again, it looks like John Major about the same gap. He's able to close up within a couple of seconds, but doesn't seem like he can capitalize once he gets there. Less than a second, the gap last time over the finish line. So we'll see if he can make something happen coming through that center section. And we'll watch the Suzuki and Honda riders up and over the Loctite launch. And there you have it, out of the S-turn section, the 14 of Major definitely closing up now on McMillan. Oh, and a little mistake coming into that triple section for the 14 Honda of Major, and that's going to open it up a little bit for McMillan. So John Major had gained a lot of ground going through that back section there, and that one little mistake coming into the triple. And that one cost him. I know yesterday he had a little bit of issue with the goggles coming through some of those sections. Had a chance to talk to him, and he said he'd gotten a face full of roost. Hit that first jump of the triple yesterday, could not see a thing. So I'm not sure if he's having some issues with the vision there or just a little miscue. This is the Masters 50 plus out on the track. College 16 to 24 Sportsman next off the gate. Vet 35 plus riders, you should be in the staging area. Supermini 2, 13 to 16 down to pre-staging. And again, down that left-hand side, it tightens up a little bit, but McMillan able to edge it out on the right-hand side. So this time around, see if Major can get smooth through this line right here, and a little less trouble on it that time. One lap board is out, so one to go here. So down the right-hand side they go. So there is Kurt McMillan, John Major on the far side of the track, the 3-line straightaway. McMillan with a nice run down the first part. He's going to make that left-hander and back up into the center rhythm section. And the 14 Honda, the Ray Z Cycle Factory Connection Honda ride of Major, again, has closed up and closer this time than he has been in the past. So he's going to pull the trigger on something. He's got about a half a lap left to happen. So working through the final lap here as you watch the leader on the 28, Kirk McMillan, down the left-hand side. So there's McMillan on the 28, and there is the 14 of John Major, 1 and 2. And we are looking for the checkered flag to come out here. So the race win in the Masters 50 Plus goes to the 28 Suzuki ride of Kurt McMillan. On the 14 Ray Z Cycle Fox Racing Factory Connection Honda, that is going to be John Major across the line second. So College Boy Sportsman, or College 16 to 24 Sportsman next off the gate. Vet 35 Plus should be in staging. Supermini 2 in pre-staging. McMillan, Major, and Gene Nyman, top 3 there in the Masters 50 Plus. Nyman coming to the horseshoe turn section as we get ready to go with race 11 in the order, the College 16 to 24 Sportsman. Here we go, revs are going up. And that looked to be the 23 of Joe Tate with the whole shot. Not sure if that was Tate or Gonsalves on the 23X, but it did look like it was Tate on the 23. He's got a KTM rider giving him a challenge for the lead already as they go to the end of the tree line straightaway. Does look to be the 23 of Joe Tate out front. 739 of Jeff Mousseau into the second spot. So there's leader down through the horseshoe turn section and into that triple right before the finish. So it is the 23-60 ride of Joe Tate with lead Jeff Mousseau in second. Up into third, it's going to be the 494 Max Gomez. PJ Weymouth rounds out the top in fourth. Otto Mayer on the 646 rounds out the top five. Brian Geneva 6th. Scott Iverson 7th. Dylan Clark 8th. Mike Kyle Lentini 9th. And Will Canning is going to round out the top 10. As you watch your leader all the way down the far side of the track along the tree line. So Joe Tate trying to open up a gap on Mousseau. He's going to come back along that tree line section. We'll see him pop into view right up and over that tabletop. So that little single into the rhythm section. Whoa, a little kick sideways coming through there. Mousseau, Gomez, Weymouth, and Mayer now really starting to tighten up that battle as we watch them come through that section. Riders on the inside. And there you see the 23 of Tate airing it out over the big option tabletop. One of the rider in secondary option is to not air it out. So a good battle for second as we see the 23 of Tate make his way down the left-hand side. Oh, airing out the table to single. So a nice run for the 25 of Milana as he hits the table. I'm sorry, the 25 of PJ Weymouth. As he hits the table to single on the left-hand side, makes the pass on Mousseau into second. Gomez third. Mayer continues to hang on to that. Sorry, Gomez fourth. Mayer hanging on to fifth. Clearly, I have forgotten how to count today. Following the 23 of Joe Tate as he comes down the left-hand side. He'll hit the Riverside Drive tabletop jump. Two-lap board will come out as the 23 of Tate makes his way over the finish line jump. He's going to go wide after the finish there. So Joe Tate, PJ Weymouth, Jeff Mousseau, Max Gomez, Otto Mayer still top five here as we wind down the laps in college 16 to 24 Sportsman. Two-lap board is out as you watch riders make their way down the right-hand side. And solid run as Tate comes to the end of that straightaway. And Joe Tate running on a brand new bike here this weekend. That thing has not seen any dirt before it came here. Had a chance to get down there to the Factory Connection rig, and his dad was talking to FC Mike down there, getting that thing set up, the cleanest bike Mike had to work on this weekend, as that is a brand new YZ he's been racing this weekend. And watch PJ Weymouth hit the option tabletop jump as your leader comes down the left-hand side. There is the 23 take coming into the picture into the horseshoe turn section. And the one lap board out this time around for the rider on the 23 Yamaha. So Joe Tate with the lead. There's PJ Weymouth through the start turn in the second spot. And Mousseau going to give up third, so it's going to be Max Gomez, the 494 Yamaha rider, taking over third. There's Mousseau fourth. And we got a battle heating up for fifth place now. Will Canning going to get around to take that fifth place spot away from Otto Mayo. Dylan Clark in the mix as well, though, on the 148. So following your leader through that inside off-camber turn here on the final lap. PJ Weymouth, a solid second as you watch him go out of the right-hand side of the picture there. So there is the 23 Joe Tate, final time through that horseshoe turn section. And that is the checkered flag, the race win for the rider on the 23, the JT Racing Yamaha. Looking for PJ Weymouth to make his way through. There's Weymouth going to hang on a second. And the 494 Gomez will hang on a third. That'll do it there for the top three. And we'll get ready to go now. Race number 12, the Vet 35 plus. That's going to be the number 4 Kawasaki. That is Scott Sheik with the whole shot here in the Vet 35 plus class. So Scott Sheik, Tony LaRusso 1 and 2 down the right-hand side. So there's the number 4 Kawasaki of Sheik up and over the Loctite launch as he runs out in front here in the Vet 35 plus. And the Chaplin Motorsports Honda ride looks like LaRusso right there in second. The CTMX ride. there is Scott Sheik, Tony LaRusso, 1 and 2 here in the Vet 35 plus. Both riders running the number 4. Must be a lucky number here in the class. On the 299, that is your third place rider, Nat Cole. Kurt McMillan on the 28, up into the 4th spot on the Suzuki ride. Rounding out the top 5, going to be the 13 of Ken Short. So Scott Sheik, Tony LaRusso battling at the front of the pack here in the Vet 35 plus. Get a look at the lap times next time they come across the stripe here. Both riders airing out that big option jump out in the very center. So there is the number 4, Scott Sheik, Kawasaki rider, holding off the number 4 of Tony LaRusso. So Scott Sheik coming to us out of Hudson, New York, battling with the Rocky Hill ride of Tony LaRusso. And again, down the right-hand side they go. So this is race number 12 in the order. The Vet 35 plus Supermini 2, 13 to 16 is next off the gate. Riders in the Open Pro Sport, you should be in the staging area right now. 450B riders down to pre-staging. So the 2-lap board is out, and it is still Scott Sheik, the number 4 Kawasaki rider, holding down the advantage. So Sheik holding off LaRusso. And pretty well spread out on the field here as they are gone from the rest of the pack. Nat Cole, the 299, hanging on a 3rd. McMillan 4th. Ken Short rounding out the top 5. So once again, picking up the battle here at the front of the pack. There's the number 4 of Scott Sheik. And it's going to be the one lap board out this time around as they both hit the triple right before the finish. So leaders down the right-hand side, and it has been about the same gap pretty much all moto long between LaRusso and Sheik. The Honda of LaRusso have been able to close it up here and there, but the number 4 Kawasaki of Sheik always able to answer back. All right, now here comes the number 4 LaRusso. The Honda jumps up to the inside, showing a wheel to Sheik. He's got the high line. Oh, and he goes down. LaRusso tries to squeeze to the inside there and push Sheik out, and he goes down. So that is going to end the battle for the lead here in the Vet 35 Plus, as Tony LaRusso trying to push the issue a little bit there, but Scott Sheik having none of it. And you can see now Sheik backs it down as he knows he doesn't have that constant pressure on him anymore. And he'll go through the triple section final time through, and that'll be the checkered flag, the race win here in the Vet 35 Plus. Great battle there between Scott Sheik and Tony LaRusso. Sheik comes away the winner in that one. Is number 4 LaRusso making his way through second place for the rider on the Honda. So the Chapman Motorsports ride comes across the line in second. Supermini 2 riders next off the gate. There's 299 of, I'm sorry, the 227 of Mark Siegel. The 299 of Nat Cole will hang on to third, it looks like. And here we go, Supermini. And once again, the 444 of Justin Coquinos. Winchester Motorsports factory connection. Keith Johnson MX Schools ride comes through the outside there to grab the hole shot. He loves that outside line. So it's Justin Coquinos, Brady Hill, and it looks like the 198 of Foligno, top 3 up the inside. And Hill trying to make something happen early here with Coquinos. So there's the 444 down to the horseshoe turn section. Out front with lead, Brady Hill on the 18 in the second spot. Leaders making their way through the triple section. And it looks like it is the 198, Felino in third. On the 30, it's Roldan running in fourth. Rounding out the top five here on lap one, looks like it's going to be the rider on the 199, Seth Nicola. Will Russell in sixth. And it's going to be running in seventh. Looks to be Tyler Blowers, the number 17, One Industry Spy, Unifilter, Vortec, Torque One Racing ride. And then Kyle Gattani on the number 2, running 8th, Jackson Murray 9th, and it's going to be Pat Prescott rounding out the top 10 on the 199. So Coquinos and Brady Hill continue their battle out front. Felino, Roldan, and Nicola still third, fourth, and fifth, it looks like. So it is the 444, Justin Coquinos, the 18 of Brady Hill, the 198, Angelo Felino. There's your top three. Nicolo makes the move around. He's going to get around Roldan to take over fourth, so that's going to drop the 30 of Carlos Roldan to fourth. So continuing to click off the laps here in Supermini 2, 13 to 16. It has been all about the 444 of Justin Coquinos. Brady Hill closing the gap. We'll watch him come up and over the Loctite launch. Hill is getting closer here. He's chipped away just a little bit at the lead. Last time around, it was 0.75, the difference between Coquinos and Brady Hill. We'll see if that has changed at all, because Brady Hill looks like he is still right there on the 444 of Coquinos. Two-lap board is out. Both and Hill goes down after the finish. Both riders went to the inside line there, and Brady Hill looked like he just hooked his foot on the inside of that turn. And that's going to end the run for the front of the pack for the 18. So Brady Hill was starting to put some pressure on Coquinos, but unfortunately, a little miscue after the finish put him down on the ground, and that's going to end the run towards the front of the pack for him. So there's the gap now as we see Justin Coquinos up and over the Loctite launch. Brady Hill going up to that section right now. So like I said, good battle out front. And just a little miscue took it away. So Brady Hill going to have to settle for second in this one. One lap board is going to go out here, so one more time around for Justin Coquinos. Hill's going to have to really get on the gas and try to close that gap as he comes through the triple section now. Oh, and it sounded like a little misshift there for Coquinos as he went through the start turn. So there's Brady Hill. He may have some life in him yet here. The 198 of Foligno making his way through. Foligno hanging on to third. So watching the 444 of Coquinos up the center rhythm section. Brady Hill coming into the entrance of that right now. And you see a little mistake coming in there. So Hill, a little frustration showing perhaps. And there's the 198 of Foligno coming into that center rhythm section. So picking up your leader in the S-turn section, there's a 444 of Justin Coquinos. And that's going to be the checkered flag. So the race win here in the Supermini 2. For the Winchester Motorsports alias Factory Connection Keith Johnson Motocross Schools ride of Justin Coquinos. So solid run for Coquinos there. Brady Hill on the 18 across the line second. He had a good run going there. Hill making a run at the leader. Just one little miscue after the finish, and that cost him a shot at the win. All right, Open Pro Sport going to be heading off the gate next. Riders in the Open Pro Sport. So Open Pro Sport next off the gate. 450B riders should be in staging. 450C riders should be in pre-staging. Here we go. And that looked to be the 871. And trying to match up a rider to that number. Might have have actually been the 171. So the Suzuki of Ogden, I believe that was, grabbing the whole shot. We got 371 of Josh Studley up in the mix as well. So a lot of 71s up there. Not helping the announcer out. Looks like a 238 of Ben Robinson going to take the advantage now as Robinson takes the lead, it looks like, going into the option tabletop. Looks to be the 740 into the second spot. So Max Murphy into second. There's your leader on the 238. That is Ben Robinson getting it done out front. Up into third on the 23, Josh Clark. Josh Studley running in fourth. Steve Zanata, the Toco Line Construction rider, rounds out the top five. In sixth, it's going to be the 232 of Sal Colangelo. Higley on the 59 running in the seventh spot. Looks like up into the eighth position here on lap one. That's going to be the 900 of Zach Jordan. Rob Piazza, the 216 in ninth. And it's going to be PJ Weymouth rounding out the top 10. And Robinson now going to start to feel the pressure. He's got a couple riders. Here comes Murphy on the outside. 740 makes the pass. So Murphy takes over the top spot. Josh Clark on the 23 trying to follow him around as he goes up the inside on Robinson. And looks like Clark will get the pass made. He's going to set his sights now on the 740 of Murphy. Both riders into the option jump. Murphy controlling the inside. Clark goes to the outside. They'll switch back up as they go to the S-turn. So here comes Murphy down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section with Josh Clark and Ben Robinson in tow. Max Murphy, Josh Clark 1 and 2, but Clark is all over Murphy as they go down the right-hand side. Robinson in the third spot on the 238. Zarnata working on him on the Toco Line Construction ride, and it's Josh Studley, 371, rounding out the top five, but he's got the 232 of Colangelo trying to close the gap. Colangelo less than a half and a second behind, so we'll follow that battle for fifth place. You see Robinson giving a little look over at Zarnata as they came over the Loctite launch. Zarnata putting the serious pressure on for that third place spot. And meanwhile, Murphy trying to settle down out front with Josh Clark putting the pressure on him. Oh, a little mistake before the finish. Murphy puts his foot wrong.
Thought that one was going to put him on the ground. But they continue to battle for that spot. Meanwhile, there's Robinson and Zarnata, third and fourth. And Colangelo does make the pass into fifth, so Sal Colangelo into the top five now. All right, Clark making a move on Murphy at the end of that straightaway. He tries to get around the outside. He's going to come back up the center rhythm section on the inside. Murphy's going to shut down the high line, so Clark goes around the outside. And Max Murphy fighting for his life now out there as Clark has started a steady attack inside, outside. Going to have the inside line coming back into this turn after the option jump, but can't get there first. And Clark, nice move to the inside right before the horseshoe. Again, shows him a wheel, doesn't actually execute the pass. Going to go around the outside after that turn. Ben Robinson still has his hands full trying to hang on to that third spot. Oh, Clark, nice move to the inside, coming to that right-hand side of the track. Meanwhile, Robinson and Zarnata battling for that spot, half a second separating them. Colangelo giving himself a little breathing room now in fifth. And Clark making the pass down at the far end of the tree line section. The 23 puts it around to the front, so Josh Clark takes away the top spot to Murphy. And it looks like Zarnata going to try to do the same thing to Ben Robinson as they come up that rhythm section. Robinson, no dice. So working through the laps here in the Open Pro Sport, race number 14 in the order. 450B riders next off the gate. 450C should be in the staging area. 54 to 9 support class riders down to pre-staging. So Clark and Murphy 1 and 2 through the horseshoe turn section. There's Robinson hanging on a third, Zarnata still fourth. Looks like Steve Zarnata continuing to work on Ben Robinson, trying to get that third spot away. This battle's been going on most of the race. Robinson, tough customer to get around. Definitely knows how to get off the gate quickly, puts himself in a good position right from the get-go, and then he is not an easy guy to get around. He knows how to ride the right lines. And we're going to get the one-lap board, two-lap board, I'm sorry, this time around. So picking up the 23 of Josh Clark, high line in the off camber here. Working through the final couple laps in the Open Pro Sport. So Clark going to air out the option tabletop here. Working his way through. He's going to be looking at the one lap board this time around when he comes down the left-hand side. So there's Josh Clark through the high line in the horseshoe turn section. Coming into the triple, there's the 740 of Murphy behind him. Robinson still hanging on that third spot. There is the Toco Line construction ride of Zarnata in fourth. A little bit back here to the 232. There's Salvatore Colangelo rounding out the top five. So just following your leader here on the final lap as Clark goes through the inside sections. This is the Open Pro Sport, race number 14 in the order. 450B riders next off the gate. Riders in the 450C should be in the staging area. And races in the 50cc 4-9 open support class, you should be in pre-staging. That is going to be the checkered flag, the race win here in the Open Pro Sport. The 23 of Josh Clark takes the win. 740 Western Mass Environmental Winchester Motorsports Factory Connection ride of Max Murphy second. The Fox Racing No Limit Suzuki ride. Ben Robinson across the line third. Solid run for Robinson. Toco Line Construction ride of Zarnata will take fourth. And it's going to be Colangelo hanging on to round out the top five on the 232 Honda. All right, here we go, 450B. And looks like another hole shot for the 116 Yamaha of TJ Albright. So it looks like Albright, the 971 of Briard, and the 494 of Gomez, I believe, are the top three here as they came up that center rhythm section. So a trio of Yamahas out front here. Lap one of the 450B. It's going to be TJ Albright, the fly racing rider out front on the 971 Yamaha into the second spot. That is Ben Briard. Max Gomez, the 494. Third, Mike Shea. Fourth, Carlos Gonsalves rounds out the top five. And then looks like it's Miguel Correa running in sixth, Joe Tate seventh, Dylan Clark eighth, Brian Geneva ninth, and Mike Schlockoff on the 17 Kawasaki will round out the top 10 on lap one. So there's the 116 of Albright making his way back up that center rhythm section. So again, through the option tabletop, TJ Albright with the lead, Briard in second, Gomez in third. Mike Shea, the 927, making a move to fourth. Early Gonsalves in the fifth spot. And we'll see where they run here as they make their way down the left-hand side. Mike Shea going to make the move to third now. Gomez drops to fourth, and now the 36 Triangle Cycles Honda of Correa is going to force the issue, and he's going to get around the 494 of Gomez, so Miguel Correa moves up to fourth. So leaders on the tree line section all the way on the far side of the track. We're looking for the 116 Yamaha ride of Albright to make the turn. And there he is up and over that single into the rhythm section. There's the 971 Briard in the second spot. There's the 927 Shea. Mike Shea closing up the gap on the 971. Albright going for the table to single on the left-hand side. Almost put his foot wrong coming through there. Briard on the 971. Solid run in the second spot. Oh, Correa puts his foot down a little bit wrong there. Lost himself a little bit of drive coming through there as well. TJ Albright, Brent Briard, Mike Shea now in third, Correa fourth, and Gonsalves rounding out the top five. But Joe Tate on the 23 Yamaha looks to be closing up the gap on Gonsalves. 2.5 seconds between them that time around. So out on the track, this is the 450B, race number 15 in the order. 450C riders are next off the gate. Riders in the 50cc 4-9 support class, you should be in staging. 85 open and open girls and women's support class racers, you should be in pre-staging. So with Albright out in front, Briard closing up on him, and it's going to be Mike Shea, the rider on the move now as he's closed up on second. So we'll see if Shea can do something here to get up and battle with the 971 of Briard. Last time around, a little over 3 seconds separating them. Correa continues now to third. Gonsalves on the 23X in the fifth spot. I'm sorry, actually, Gonsalves in fifth and Miguel Correa in fourth. My mistake on that one, as Mike Shea has third. As you watch the 116 of Albright down to the very center section, he's going to pop up and over the Loctite launch. And there is the 116. So working past the halfway point here in the 450B. Albright pretty consistently hitting that big table to single jump. One of the few riders that's doing it pretty much every single lap. That's going to bring out the 2-lap board. So 2 to go as we watch the 116 of Albright down the right-hand side. Looks like this time around, Albright not going to roll the dice on that big table to single jump there, as he's got plenty of breathing room. And he is going to be looking at the one-lap board this time around. So one more time around for the win here on the 116. And TJ Albright looks to be in pretty solid command of the moto. So it's TJ Albright, Ben Briard still 1 and 2. Mike Shea's made his way to third, but has not been able to keep moving forward. Joe Tate, Carlos Gonçalves 4th and 5th. And Miguel Correa still trying to find his way into the top 5, but a little bit back of the 23X of Gonçalves. So there is your leader coming down the left-hand side on the final lap. And that's going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win here. 450B goes to the rider on the 116 Yamaha. That is TJ Albright. 971, Briard is going to hang on to that second spot. Mike Shea making a run at him there at the finish, and they had the 23. Joe Tate up in the mix as well. Less than a second separating those three at the finish. Joe Tate will finish it up in 4th. And it looks like Gonçalves will round out the top 5. So a picturesque view here as we put some water down over the track at Winchester Speedpark. As I've been streaming live here online, hope everyone that's joining us live online enjoying all the racing action here, as well as the folks that are here at Winchester with us. Loretta Lynn's area qualifier here. This is the Northeast area qualifier here in New Hampshire. Once again, don't forget, racers, you should have a copy of the 2015 supplemental rules, which is part of the paperwork returned to you. Make sure you read that. You got to make sure you understand all of the supplemental rules. If there's anything you don't understand, go to mxsports.com. If you win your class and you don't pre-enter for the regional by the deadline, you're considered an alternate. That's very important. Some folks think they win their class at the local area qualifier, they're good to go. You got to make sure you take care of that registration process all the way through. We gave you the big long speech this morning in the riders meeting, but again, very, very important that you understand all of the rules and regulations and all of the registration deadlines that you have to meet. Make sure that if you didn't qualify in a guaranteed advancement spot, you can still register yourself for a regional. You can register as an alternate and hopefully still get some time down there. So make sure you take care of all of that stuff. And of course, in order to earn that guaranteed advancement spot to the second step, the regional, you got to finish top 8 in your class here today. So make sure you check those posted results that are down on the results board there right at the entrance into the start gate area. Very important that you check the final posted results because you will hear results given out over the microphone during the day that are strictly unofficial. What you hear me saying over the microphone are unofficial results. A lot of things that can happen that will affect the final finish position, so make sure you check the results board. There's always a possibility I just don't know what I'm talking about. That happens occasionally. So make sure you check the final results that are posted down there 30 minutes after the conclusion of your moto. And again, I want to remind folks that don't forget, coming up, we have got some racing next weekend here at Winchester, May 23rd and 24th. Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be NEMX, NCSC, and Winchester Series here on the motocross track. We've got Honda, Yamaha, KTM, and Suzuki contingency on Saturday. Yamaha, Suzuki, Kawasaki contingency on Sunday. So a lot of fun here next weekend for the Memorial Day weekend. Make sure you're here for that. And then don't forget June 6th, opening day for the Supercross Series. That is Winchester Supercross Series Round 1 for the night series. That is June 6th. That is an evening race, so put that on your calendar as well. It looks like we're just about done with the watering here as I hear the bikes firing up down on the line. And again, just want to say, I hope everyone that's been following along live online, enjoying the show. We do archive these. So if you have folks that are here racing, they couldn't watch the stream naturally because they are racing, let them know we do archive the races. And you can watch them anytime at your leisure. And that's just another thing we try to offer you here at Winchester Speedpark. Give you a chance to watch those races when you're done. And those will be up on the YouTube all from pretty much forever. I don't even know if they ever take them off there, but that's just something you can check out at the conclusion of the event, and I'll be talking more about this as the day goes on. And here we go. And we're going to get ready to go now, as it looks like they got plenty of water down on the track. So 450C, we have got 31 riders here in the 450C lined up on the gate, and we're going to get ready to go racing. And it looks to be the 99. That is Lawrence Filippello with the whole shot. So Filippello grabs the whole shot. He's going to lead him down the right-hand side. Looks like he's still holding down the top spot. And a big tangle up at the start there. We've got some riders down. So it looks like Filippello, the 128 up is shown, and the 140 Max Zabo, the top riders as they go through the inside. And Zabo making the pass now into second. So Kawasaki rider moving forward early on here, going after the 99 of Filippello. And then we go down the left-hand side. The 99 Filippello would lead Max Zabo on the 140 Kawasaki, closing right on him, though. Filippello to the inside. Zabo goes to the outside. Got a Honda rider there in third, trying to make something happen. So Lawrence Filippello, Max Zabel, Rodaya Felice, Spencer Mang, and Chris Moore, top 5. Cole Sanford, 6th. Chris Merriam, 7th. Alex Whitehead, Carl Bond, 9th. And Dominic Pachon going to round out the top 10 here in the 450C on lap 1. And Zabo going after the leader again along the tree line section. Pick up the battle for the lead as they make their way back. There is the 99 of Filippello. Zabo going to go around the outside, tries to use the momentum, cuts back under. And the 140 making the pass, so Max Zabo takes over the top spot. There is your leader on the 140 Kawasaki ride. Max Zabo making his way through. Looks like it's Filippello still hanging on a second. Spencer Mang moves up to third. Felice running in fourth on the 136 Honda. Chris Merriam rounds out the top 5 now as he moves to number 4 Kawasaki up. Like a nice move by Steve Gardner as he puts the 760 Kawasaki around Alex White. And Gardner now going to set his sights on 5th place. So Steve Gardner, the 760, running in the 7th spot there, moves up to 6th and looks like he is trying to move forward still. And there is Zabo through the inside off camber turn. So the 140 Kawasaki ride of Max Zabo going to get the 2-lap board this time through. Oh, putting his foot a little wrong coming out of the start turn section there, but Zabo keeps moving forward. Down the right-hand side they go. So Max Zabo, Lawrence Filippello, Spencer Mang, Rodaya Felice, and Stephen Gardner now top 5 on the 760. And Good battle going on. The 573 of Noah Horton, the 21 of Billy Muscella, and the 712 of Cole Sanford. Muscella, the Chugs Motor Performance MX-23 alias Scott Novick ride. Trying to make something happen out there. So there's the leader on the left-hand side. The 140 Kawasaki ride coming down into the horseshoe turn section. So Szabo working the inside line there. And that is going to be the one lap board for the rider on the Kawasaki. Szabo down the right-hand side, out of sight here as we work through the final lap. This is 450C. 50cc 4-9 open support class next off the gate. Open 85 open and open girls and women support class racers should be in the staging area. And open A, B, and open C support class is down to pre-staging. So that is your leader on the final time through, coming down to the horseshoe turn section. And the checkered flag is going to come out here for the 140. So the race win here in the 450C goes to the rider out of Monroe, Connecticut. Max Szabo, the 140 Kawasaki, takes the win. On the 99 KTM, that is going to be Lawrence Filippello Jr. coming across the line in second. 74 Spencer Mang will hang on to third. Looks like Steve Gardner on the 760 will get fourth. Alex White, the 959, is going to round out the top five. And that'll do it there for the 450C riders. Next off the gate, we got the 50cc open support class. So bringing it down to the start gate here as we get ready to go racing in the 54-9 open support class. Sweeping in from the outside. Looks like it's going to be the rider on the number 2. That's Cody Beckwith grabbing the whole shot. But Beckwith going to get some company coming out of turn 2, it looks like. I'm not sure if that was Housey or Racine who got around there. So up the center rhythm section, it is going to be the 122 of Sebastian Racine taking the lead. So Racine took it out of that turn 2 section. Looks like the number 2 of Cody Beckwith hanging on to the second spot. On the number 10, Daniel Pinheiro up into third. And looks to be the 208 of Weingarten running in the 4th spot. The 148, Kalen Housey rounding out the top 5 as they come up the center rhythm section there on lap 1. So there's the 122, Sebastian Racine coming down the left-hand side into the horseshoe turn section. Solid run early on here. So the 122 opening up a solid gap early on here. As you look at the number 2 of Beckwith coming through the finish line turn. The C.D. Davenport Trucking Sales ride. There's the number 10 of Pinheiro. So Pinheiro hanging on to the second spot. And there's the 208 running in third. That's Landry Weingarten. So Sebastian Racine, Cody Beckwith, Danilo Pinheiro, Landry Weingarten, and rounding out the top 5, there's the 148 Cobra of Kalen Housey. That's the top 5 here. So solid run down the left-hand side, continuing lead here in the 122 Cobra. That is Sebastian Racine. There's Racine down to the finish line turn. The one-lap board comes out. Second place rider Beckwith up and over the Riverside Drive tabletop. So with Sebastian Racine running out front, it is still the number 2, Cody Beckwith, with a solid second place run going. Danilo Pinheiro running in the second position. It's Weingarten and Housey fourth and fifth still, I believe. That's going to be the checkered flag coming out the race win here in the 50cc 4-9 open support. Goes to the 122 Cobra from Sebastian Racine, rider out of Castleman, Ontario, Canada. And it's going to be the number 2, Cody Beckwith, the CD Davenport trucking rider, across the line to hang on to the second spot there in the 50cc 4-9 open. It's going to be the number 10 of Danilo Pinheiro running in the third spot as he comes down the finish line section. So Pinheiro hangs on a third. And we're looking for Weingarten fourth and Housey to round out the top 5 with Kendall Gattani on the number 6 KTM in 6th. 85 open support and open girls and women's support class racing getting set to leave the gate. All right, looks like we're ready to go here. Race number 18. And that looks to be the 68 of Shannon Fleming grabbing the whole shot there. So Fleming with the whole shot for the open girls women's support class. 85 open riders will be coming down the start straight next. And that one looked to be the 75 of Ferry grabbing it. Justin Allen right there in the mix as well. And you see the 68 of Fleming making her way back up the center rhythm section, leader in the open girls women support class. And it looks to be Hannah King and Sarah King battling in second and third. So Fleming down into the finish line turn, running out front here in the girls women's open support class. And things starting to tighten up behind her as leaders in the 85 open starting to close up on the battle for second and third in the open girls women. So it's going to be Fenoff out front in the 85 open. So Alex Fenoff, Justin Allen, Esteban Racine, top three in the 85 open. 65 open, it's the lone rider right now is the 75 of Evan Ferry. And in the girls women, it is Shannon Fleming, Hannah King, Sarah King, top three. Fleming through the high line in the off-camber turn right in the very center section. Running a solid lead there in the open girls women's support class. And Fleming airing out the big tabletop there. So this is open 85 open support class and open girls women's support class. We've also got the 65 open support out there. As I said, the lone rider in the 65 support class appears to be the 75 of Evan Ferry, so he's going to have no issues in this moto. Looks like the 48 of Fenoff and the 26 of Justin Allen starting to duke it out for the lead in the 85. But Fenoff giving himself some breathing room now. May have been a different class rider. Does it look like he had a rider alongside him there earlier on in this lap, but there is Fenoff. Clearly he's got plenty of breathing room at the front of the pack. Fleming going through the bottom of the picture there. There's the 26 of Justin Allen hanging down that second spot. So 2 to go here. It is Alex Fenoff, Justin Allen. 1 and 2 in the 85. There's a 710 of Esteban Racine. So he's hanging on a third for the 85. Sam St. Laurent fourth, Kyle Gattani now fifth. It's Evan Ferry, the lone rider in the 65 open. And Shannon Fleming with the lead in the open girls and women. So the one lap board out here, and it's Alex Fenoff still maintaining the top spot in the 85. Shannon Fleming with a solid lead in the open girls and women. 26, Justin Allen is still hanging on to that second spot in the 85 open. It looks to be the 7:10 still of Esteban Racine hanging on at third. St. Laurent still battling in fourth, and now it's going to be the number 2 of Gattani in the fifth spot and trying to find a way around. So picking up the leader in the women's and girls open support. The checkered flag going to come out for the race win here on the 68. That is Shannon Fleming, the Auto Specialties rider. And a race win here in the open 85. It's going to go to the 48 KTM of Alex Fenoff. So Fenoff with the 85 open support class win. The 26 Cactus Jacks ride. And Justin Allen going to hang on to the second spot in the 85 open. As said, Evan Ferry, the lone rider out there in the 65 support class, making his way through on the 75 alias KTM, so he'll hang on to that one. Looking for the 710 of Esteban Racine to hang on a third for the 85 open. See if we can hang on to it through the triple section here. St. Laurent right with him. It looks like the 710 will hang on a third, St. Laurent fourth. And it's going to be Gattani fifth. Looking at that 313 of Hannah King, the 325 of Sarah King, second and third it looks like for the girls, and we'll get ready to go racing here in just a moment. The Open A and B and Open C support class race, final race of the first half. We do go directly into the second half of racing, so two-stroke 16-plus Sportsman riders need to be in the staging area right now. 65, 7 to 11 in pre-staging, junior 25-plus down to the pre-staging area as well. And here we go, Open A and B. And looks like it is going to be the rider on the 23, Josh Clark, holding the inside line to grab the whole shot. So Clark going to lead him down the right-hand side. And looks like Murphy into the second spot behind him. So through the inside, it looks like it's still Josh Clark and the 740 Max Murphy, 1 and 2. So Clark with a vicious whip over the Riverside Drive tabletop. feeling it clearly. So Josh Clark with the top spot. There's a 740 of Max Murphy, the Winchester Motorsports rider, in second. Ben Robinson hanging on to that third spot. And it looks like it is going to be Jean-Christophe Pujol fourth, Steve Avery, the 571, rounds out the top five. Willows Motorsports rider Rob Baroli in sixth, Jake LaChapelle in seventh, and Tom Albano running in the eighth spot. Looks like it's going to be Brandon Sprague, ninth in the Open AB, out with the lone rider in the Open C class, 357 of Frankie Biondi. Oh, Murphy getting a sideways kick coming up that center rhythm section there. So you see Clark, Murphy, 1 and 2 through the option tabletop section. So down the right-hand side, Josh Clark, Max Murphy, Ben Robinson, Jean-Christophe Buchholz, and the 571 of Avery, still top five. Rob Baroli, the Willows Motorsports Suzuki rider, in sixth. There's the 519 of LaChapelle right behind him, running seventh. Looks like Buchholz trying to work on Robinson on the inside. That is the battle for third. And Robinson, nice line over the top of the Loctite launch. He's going to hold that spot. Clark coming out of the S-turn section. So there is your leader down the left-hand side, the 23 of Josh Clark. 740 of Murphy going to follow him through in the second spot. And Ben Robinson continues to battle with the 456 of Jean-Christophe Buchholz. Trying to hang on to that spot. There is the two-lap board. So 2 to go here. Josh Clark airing it out down the right-hand side. So watching clock, the high line and the off camber as the 23 heads back down the center rhythm section. You can see that the track is really starting to get beat up throughout the end of the day here. Murphy, a tall order to try to track down Clark. Clark's a rider who can get it done on the national level. So Josh Clark continuing to run out in front here as we wind down with 1 lap to go. There's Murphy coming through the finish line jump, continuing in the 2nd spot. Ben Robinson hanging on a 3rd, and Robinson now doesn't have quite as much company as he had before. Looks like the 571 of Avery moves to 4th, so Jean-Christophe Bouchol dropping down a spot there. As we continue to click off the laps, final time through here in the Open A, B, and C support class. So Clark working through the final lap here, and once again we need riders in the 2-stroke 16 plus Sportsman. First moto of the 2nd half on the gate. 65, 711, you should be in the staging area. And races in the junior 25 plus down to pre-staging as we watch Josh Clark final time down the Riverside Drive section. That'll be the checkered flag and the race win here on the Clark's Racing Factory Connection Yamaha ride. That is Josh Clark taking the win. And it is going to be the 740 Western Mass Environmental Winchester Motorsports Factory Connection alias ride of Max Murphy across the line 2nd. Ben Robinson hanging tough. Going to hang on a 3rd there on the O'Neill No Limits Racing ride. And looks like we are set to go racing here. Race number 1 in the 2nd half, 2-stroke 16 plus. The Sportsman class going to fire down the line. And here we go. That was a 971. Ben Briard going to grab the whole shot there. 971 Yamaha rider quick to the turn. And KTM rider putting the wheel in on Briard at the turn at the end of that long straightaway. And That's 368 of Zarnata trying to make a move early on. So the Toco line construction ride. Steve Zarnata trying to make a pass early on Briard. Looks like he's going to get it done. Briard switches up lines in the S-turn section. Going to try to go to the inside, get the lead back, but Zarnata with a nice line out of the section. So it is Steve Zarnata out front with the early lead. Ben Briard in the second on the 971. Jake Larson, 779 Yamaha running in third. Alex Higley in the fourth spot on the 59. It's the 753 of Lance Harder rounds out the top five. Running in sixth, the Verb Moto back Yamaha ride of Eli Moore. Zach Jordan in seventh. Lane Shorey eighth. Kyle Bushy ninth. And Breen Burke. The 855 is going to round out the top 10 on lap one. There is Zarnata entering into that long rhythm section. Got a pair of Yamahas duking it out for that second spot. Larson going after Briard. He's got the high line on the inside. Can't make the pass happen there. So Zarnata trying to pull away at the front of the pack. Right now, the battle for second place looks like it's the tightest one on the track. Jake Larson in the 971 of Ben Briard going to come down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. So Zarnata, Briard, Larson, top three. Higley still fourth. Eli Moore moves up a spot into the top five on the 771. Lance Harder drops down to sixth. Zach Jordan seventh. Kyle Bushy eighth. Lane Shorey ninth. And Canning now in the top 10 on the number 11. And Zarnata, a little look over the shoulder there as he can probably hear that battle going on behind him. Briard and Larson duking it out for the second spot. Pretty evenly matched riders. Both of them running a 154 last time around. So 2 to go, and the battle continues for second place. Larson and Briard still duking it out, but it looks like Larson going to hold the advantage I'm sorry, Briard going to hold the advantage right now. So Ben Boulard holds a second spot, Larson third, Higley fourth, and Moore, the 771, continues to round out the top 5. So picking up your leader on the 368, Steve Zarnata, the Tuco Line construction ride. Final time around here for the 368 rider. So Zarnata, Boulard, Larson, Higley, and Zach Jordan, top 5. Moore on the 771, just outside the top 5, trying to get back into that spot. Picking up your leader here on the final lap, making his way into the finish line section, the triple right before the finish, final time through. And that'll be the checkered flag, the race win for the Tuco Line construction ride of Steve Zarnata. Ben Briard on the 971 Yamaha across the line to hang on to second. $779 Larson across the line third. It's going to be Higley hanging on a fourth. And the 900, Zach Jordan will round out the top 5. $65cc 7 to 11 next off the gate. Riders in the junior 25 plus should be in the staging area. And races in the senior 40 plus Sportsman down to pre-staging. We're into the second half of racing here. Loretta Lynn's Northeast area qualifier here at Winchester Speedpark. So it looks like a little break in the action here to do just a little bit of watering on the track. 65cc 7-11 class racers down on the gate.
I wanted to get their hopes up. You just gotta get their engine temps up, that's all. Copy that.
So racers in the 65 7-11 going to get a little bit of water put down on the track before they head out there. Make sure they have optimal conditions. Once again, hopefully you guys have all been enjoying the race weekend here at Winchester Speedpark. We do have plenty of races throughout the year if you enjoyed your time up here. I have a ringing endorsement of Winchester from one Tim Ferry. Says it's worth the 21-hour drive. Totally worth it. Loved it. Would do it again in a minute. So you guys that live down in Florida, it's only 21 hours to get here. Plan accordingly. As we said, we have a full schedule here at Winchester Speedpark. We do motocross and supercross racing. We've got motocross double weekend next weekend here for the Memorial Day weekend. And then don't forget, June 6th, we start the supercross season. We kick off our nighttime supercross racing on June 6th. It's winchesterspeedpark.com for all the information about what's coming up. And don't forget, make your plans now for the Labor Day weekend. The New England Regional is here at Winchester, and it's the biggest event to hit New England racing all year long. New England Regional Championship, 3-day, 3-moto format. We've got all kinds of cool stuff going on. Fireworks, we'll have bands playing, we'll have all kinds of crazy stuff, fun stuff for everyone in the family. We have games and all kinds of great racing throughout the weekend. So the New England Regional Championship, make sure you get yourself signed up for that.
We all set to go?
And looks like we are all set with the watering and ready to fire them down the line here in 65 7-11. And that is going to be the rider, it looks like, on the 75 KTM. So again, Evan Ferry grabbing the whole shot there. Quick off the gate on the 75 alias-backed KTM ride. Justin Allen working the inside out of that off-camber turn as they head down the right-hand side, and he's going to close right up on Ferry. So it looks like it is Evan Ferry out in front with the lead and Justin Allen in the second spot. Looks to be the 526 of Beckwith into the third position.
So there's your leader down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. And it's going to be the 75 Evan Ferry out front, 26 Justin Allen in the second spot. Pretty close matchup early on here. We'll see if Allen can track him down. It is the 5.26 of Beckwith hanging on to third, 5.81 Rico Lucio in fourth. And it looks like rounding out the top five on lap one, the 122 of Sebastian Racine. So working through the laps here, and it is the 75 of Ferry out in front, 26 Justin Allen in the second spot. Taylor Beckwith, Rico Lucio, and Sebastian Racine the top five. Colin Pouch sixth, Logan Tristani in seventh. It's going to be Dominic Brothers eighth, and Sam Silva rounding out the field in the ninth spot on the 7-13. This is race number two here in the second half, 65, 7-11. Good battle going on behind the top two riders there, as Ferry and Allen have separated out from the pack. Beckwith, Lucio, and Racine look like they are all right there in that battle going on for third, fourth, and fifth. Junior 25 plus will be next off the gate. Races in the senior 40 plus sportsmen. You should be in staging, 250B riders in pre-staging. And great battle going on behind the lead here. Third place is up for grabs. And Racine coming to the inside at the finish. So Sebastian Racine goes from fifth into third on that lap. But Beckwith, right after the finish, going to answer back. So the 5.26 of Beckwith back into the third spot. Racine going around the outside in turn two. And again, the battle continues for that third spot. We're going to follow the battle for third here on the far tree line section. As Ferry and Allen starting to spread out a little bit on the track. That is first and second. Sebastian Racine and the 5.26 of Taylor Beckwith battling for that position. So continuing to look off the laps as we watch the 75 of Ferry down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. Continuing to follow the battle for third here as Beckwith deals with the 122 of Racine. And the two-lap board comes out for the 75 alias back KTM ride. So the FMF KTM of Evan Ferry continuing to hold down the top spot.
Justin Allen in the second position, but looks like Allen reaching down there. Not sure if something is loose on the bike, but it did look like he was reaching down on the side. And looks like Beckwith still holding off Racine for the third spot. Nice run around the outside, though, on the 122 as Sebastian Racine trying to switch up lines. Put a pass on Beckwith. Not able to get it that time, but definitely a smart move trying to switch it up there. So we've got the 65 7-Eleven riders out on the track. Junior 25 plus will be next off the gate as we continue to work through the race order here. Day 2 for the Loretta Lynn's Northeast Area Qualifier here at Winchester Speedpark. So following the 26 of Justin Allen, second place rider there as he continues to hammer down, trying to track down the 75 of Evan Ferry. And there is Ferry at the end of the Riverside Drive tabletop section into the horseshoe turn. That is going to bring out the one lap board as the 75 heads over the finish line jump. So Evan Ferry looking to get it done one more time around here. Justin Allen on the 26 making his way through the start turn section, continuing in the second spot. Allen had a great run going here. A little trouble there for the 04 ride. Dominic Brothers able to get back underway. And here is the battle still for that third spot. We're going to pick it up here in the start turn. There's Beckwith, there's Racine, Rico Lucio, Colin Pouch. So you got 4 riders right in the mix there. And picking up your leader through the inside here, the 75 of Evan Ferry making his way into the option tabletop jump. Very wisely chooses not to hit the full 110 foot on the 65cc machine. So working in and out of the shadows as we work into the afternoon hours here. One more time through the triple section right before the finish, and there'll be the checkered flag. The race win for the rider on the 75. That is the FMF alias-backed KTM of Evan Ferry taking the win. Justin Allen across the line second. It's going to be Cody Beckwith on the 5.26 trying to hang on a third, but coming out of that back section.
Here they come down to the horseshoe turn section here on the final lap. And it looks like Beckwith going to continue to hang on to that spot. Racine going to try the outside once more. And it's going to be the 5.26 of Beckwith hanging onto it there. Taylor Beckwith, the CD Davenport trucking rider, with his hands full all race long. Sebastian Racine, the 1.22, putting a great run in. Racine will finish it up in fourth, and we're looking for Rico Lucio round out the top five. That'll do it in 65, 7-11. Junior 25 plus racers getting set to leave the gate here.
All right, Dean, start counting them down.
So here we go, counting them down the line in the junior 25 plus. Card goes sideways, and we're going to go racing. And it's going to be the 238 Suzuki ride. Ben Robinson grabbing another hole shot. So Ben Robinson, another good start here in the junior 25 plus. So it looks like it's Robinson, LaRusso, and the 371 of Josh Studley, the top three as they go to the off-camber turn on lap one. So there you see top riders hitting that option 110-foot tabletop. Most of them going to go all the way on the extension there. Robinson out of the S-turn down the left-hand side. So Ben Robinson holding down the top spot. There is the number 4, Tony LaRusso, in second. 371 Suzuki ride hanging on to that third spot. So Josh Studley continues in third. Scott Davis on the number 7, DC3 Winchester Motorsports rider in fourth. Eli Moore, the 771 Verb Moto Yamaha, rounds out the top 5. Running in the 6th spot, it's going to be Steve Ricks on the 227, 171 of Darren Ogden, 7th. Mike Lawler on the 518, 8th. Cody Williams in 9th on the 125. That's a 299, and Nat Cole going to round out the top 10 on lap 1. And there we see Robinson and LaRusso making their way into that center rhythm section. And looks like Davis trying to make some moves around Studley to get into that third spot, and Eli Moore trying to follow him around.
There you see more coming up on the inside. Davis has the outside line. Both of them working on a 371, and Davis is going to make the pass. So Robinson and LaRusso, both riders into the high line through the horseshoe turn section. There's the number 7 of Davis, the DC3 Winchester Motorsports Toco line Toy Box Customs ride. He is hanging on to that third spot now solid, and it looks like the 771 or more going to make the move around into 4th. So that's going to put Steve Avery down in the 5th spot. All right, back up that center rhythm section, and now this Honda of Tony LaRusso starting to creep up on Robinson, coming to the inside. And just like that, high line in the off camber, and LaRusso goes around into the lead. LaRusso setting up a nice pass there, coming to the high line of the off camber. You don't win all those NESC championships without being a smart rider. And Tony LaRusso definitely falls into that category as he set that one up on Robinson about 2 turns ahead. So making his way through the triple section now out front with the lead, the number 4 Honda ride. That's the Chaplin Motorsports ride of Tony LaRusso. And LaRusso, of course, proprietor of the Rocky Hill, Connecticut River Motocross track. Great practice track located in Rocky Hill, Connecticut. He runs some races down there as well. LaRusso, a former pro, keeping everything alive for races to get some practice time in. If you haven't had a chance to check it out, check out CT River Motocross. That's his practice track. So down the right-hand side, the 90-degree left-hand turn, it is LaRusso and Robinson 1 and 2. Moore with nice moves on that lap as Davis having some problems. He was going to drop down to 5th, so Eli Moore moves to 3rd. Studley on the 371 drops into the 4th spot. So a couple mistakes for Davis on that one, but it looks like he's going to pick that spot up again. And now the 1 lap board will be out here. So LaRusso into the finish line turn one more time around to take the win. The Junior 25 plus. Ben Robinson on the 238. Continues a solid run in the 2nd spot. There you see the 771 or more coming through the high line in the horseshoe turn section, hanging on to 3rd. And now Davis going after the 771 out of turn 2. So Scott Davis trying to get back into that third spot, chasing after the 771 of Eli Moore as they go down the right-hand side. Here we go, the run down the tree line. Davis with a nice run down that section. Moore's got the inside line though, and he's going to close the door on him. And Davis sweeps the outside, coming into the center rhythm section. That might be the pass, and he's going to make the pass into third. So the DC3 ride of Scott Davis back into third. And final lap here, Robinson making a run at LaRusso as they work through some lap traffic. But I think he's going to come up a little bit short as the checkered flag is going to come out. And that's the race win for the Troy Lee Designs Chaplin Motorsports ride of Tony LaRusso. The No Limits Suzuki of Ben Robinson across the line in second. A little thumbs up action from both of those guys. The DC3 Winchester Motorsports Tulco Line Company Toy Box Customs ride of Scott Davis will get around to hang on to that third spot after dropping down to fifth. 771 or more will come across the line in fourth. And looks like it's going to be the 125 of Cody Williams rounding out the top five. Senior 40 plus sportsman class next off the gate. And here we go. Looked like that was the 28 Suzuki of McMillan getting to the turn first, but you got a pair of riders getting around him. Kawasaki rider going right out into the lead. And now the 13 Suzuki of Rich Frank going to make the pass at the end of that tree line section. So the 13 back into the top spot. It looks like running in second, it is Paul Cornell on the number 18, Big Boys Toys Kawasaki Team Green at Cherubies factory back in Pro Taper Fly Ride. So there's Rich Frank on the 13. There is Connell on the 18. So now on the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. '13 Suzuki ride. That's the Fox Racing rider, Rich Frank, holding down the top spot early here. So Rich Frank, Paul Connell 1 and 2. It's going to be the 65 Kawasaki of J.J. Mendez making a move into third. Ken Short running in fourth on the 13. John Major, the 14 Honda, rounds out the top five. Shane Dutka in sixth. Phil Taylor seventh. Gene Nyman eighth. And it's Mark Wesley ninth on the 512. And rounding out the top 10 on lap one, it's going to be the rider on the 943, the DCS Financial Group ride of Dave Smith. there he is, your leader at the end of that long tree line straightaway, the 13 of Rich Frank. Going to start to feel a little bit of pressure. Paul Connell on the Suomi Dunlop Lucas Oil Fly Racing Kawasaki ride, closing up on the leader. Connell getting a face full of roost coming over the Loctite launch there as Rich Frank hits the gas. So into that option tabletop again. Here we are in the senior 40-plus sportsman class. Race 4 here in the second half. 250B riders lining up on the gate for the next moto. Races in the 250C. You should be in the staging area. And 85-9 to 11 mini senior 2 down to pre-staging. So Rich Frank, Paul Connell, 1 and 2, and Frank giving a little look over the shoulder there. Yeah, you got a guy right there with you. Don't slow down, whatever you do. Still, J.J. Mendez hanging on to the 3rd spot. Major going to pick up a position as he moves to 4th. Dutka drops down to 5th. Ken Short to 6th. And it's Taylor 7th, Nyman 8th, Mark Wesley 9th. Looks like Smith going to get into the top 10 there, the 943 DCS Financial Group Fox Racing ride. Going to continue to round out the top 10 as you watch him make his way through the start turn section. And it looks like it's going to be the 14, John Major, now getting around into 3rd as it looks like he made the pass on Mendez. So down the left-hand side there, the Riverside Drive tabletop, it is the 14 making a move to 3rd, so the 65 of Mendez will drop down to 4th. Leaders coming through the finish line turn, 2-lap board is out. Rich Frank, Paul Cornell still 1 and 2. There's the 14 of John Major hanging on to that 3rd spot. Major running, I believe that is a alternate bike he's running this one, so must have had some bike problems earlier on in the day. And watching Cornell and Rich Frank on the far tree line section here as the 13 Suzuki ride trying to bring home another win here. So Frank with the win in Moto 1, looking to put a sweep on the class here, and Paul Cornell trying to do everything he can to try to take that away on the factory backing Dunlop Lucas Oil Achereby's Kawasaki Team Green ride. And there is Cornell, 2nd place rider, trying to track down the 13 Suzuki Rich Frank. So 2 to go. We're watching for your 13 Suzuki to make his way down the left-hand side. Rich Frank on his way down the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So 1 lap board is out. Final time around here in the senior 40-plus sportsman class. Oh, and Major going a little nose low there over that double into the triple section there. I know that's not his bike. I believe that's actually set up for a much lighter rider. So Major trying to do a little seat bounce there. That's not your suspension, John. Lighten up. And look like Connell getting caught up with a little bit of lap traffic now as Rich Frank has opened up a gap here on the final lap. The 13 working through the inside. And Connell was right on him. I don't know if he had a mistake or if he just got caught up with some lap traffic, but with the 1 lap board out, it is going to be the 13 with a solid gap going through the inside rhythm section on the final lap. So final time through into the horseshoe turn section, and there is the lucky number 13. So the checkered flag, the race win goes to the rider on the number 13, the Fox Racing Suzuki ride of Rich Frank grabbing the win. The Big Boys Toys, Team Green, at Cherubies, factory backing Pro Taper Fly, Suomi, Dunlop, Lucas Oil ride of Paul Cornell will come across the line in second. And looks like it is going to be John Major on the 14 Honda hanging on to third. As I said, Major having to run a borrowed bike in that one, so definitely not the usual suspension he's used to dealing with, and the usual power curve either. So the 65 of Mendez fourth, and looks like it's going to be the 571 of Shane Dutka getting around to round out the top 5. And we got 250B riders getting set to fire down the start line. So 250B riders coming out onto the track next here. This is race 5 here in the second half. Yeah, looked like the 13 on the inside line. Hunter Hankel grabbing the whole shot. Kawasaki Honda rider going to lead him into turn 2. And we've had a pass for the lead coming down that straightaway. That's going to be the 155 of Guillaume St. Cyr taking over the top spot. So St. Cyr with a nice move, coming back up that long tree line straightaway at the far side of the track. Came right to the inside, made the pass. And leaders down the left-hand side. And the 155 airing out that table to single over the Riverside Drive tabletop. Again, seeing riders starting to throw that. Oh, but nice move at the finish line. That's going to be the 116 of TJ Albright. He's going to take over the top spot. So TJ Albright gets around in the lead. St. Cyr into second. Carlos Gonzalez in the third, Hunter Hankel fourth. Jean-Christophe Bourgeot rounds out the top five. Jared Basheri in sixth. It's the 101 of Panacos in seventh. Dave Milana eighth. Lance Harder ninth. And Brian Geneva, the 91 Suzuki, is going to round out the top 10. All right, Albright coming out of the Loctite launch and starting to make some moves. The 155 of St. Cyr hanging on a second. And it looks like Panaco's going to make a move up into the fifth spot. I believe the 111 of Basheri going to follow him up. Dave Milana up in the mix as well. So there's Albright down to the horseshoe turn section. So TJ Albright continues to run out in front. There's Guillaume St. Cyr in the second spot. Up into third. It's going to be the rider on the 23. That's Carlos Gonsalves. 101. Panaco's making a pass at the finish to take over the fourth spot. So Bourgeot will drop down to fifth. Basheri in sixth. Hunter Hankel seventh. And it looks like it is going to be Lance Harder, the 753, moving to eighth. Brian Geneva up a spot to ninth. And now the 148 Honda of Dylan Clark into the top 10. And Panaco's making the move into the third spot now on the 101. So moving around the 23 of Gonsalves. So it's TJ Albright, Guillaume St. Cyr, and now the 101 of Jake Panaco's the top three. And Panaco's already starting to close up the gap on St. Cyr. And here comes the 101 to the inside. After the Riverside Drive tabletop, he's going to slice to the inside, take the second pot away. So that is going to drop St. Cyr down to third. TJ Albright continues to lead. There's the 101 of Panaco's in second now. That's St. Cyr in third. Bouchol fourth, and the 23 rounding out the top 5 now. So Gonçalves continues to round out the top 5. It looks like the 111 of Bashiri trying to put a beat on him now. So Jared Bashiri right there in the 6th spot. Only a second off the 5th place rider. I would expect we're going to see a little bit of fireworks for that spot. And there goes Albright up the center rhythm section. Here's the 101 of Panancos. St. Cyr and Bushwell really battling over that 3rd spot now as we watch Albright come over the Loctite launch. So Guillaume St. Cyr still has his hands full there, trying to hang on to that 3rd spot with Jean-Christophe Bouchol trying to take it away. Out of the S-turn section, we'll follow that battle. And both riders going to go for the table to single. So Bouchol and Guillaume St. Cyr battling in that 3rd spot. Both riders willing to roll the dice there. And nice move at the finish line turn. So Jean-Christophe Bouchol will make the pass into 3rd as he set it up on the outside line, coming into the finish, able to slingshot around, use a little more momentum to get the pass made. So Albright at the end of the right-hand side. Panancos on the 101, making his way down there. Now it's 3rd and 4th, heading down the right-hand side. Looks like might have been some problems for the 23 of Goncalves, as it looks like the 111 of Bashiri now around into 5th. And he's going to join that battle going on in 3rd and 4th. As we'll pick up Albright down to the horseshoe turn section. There's your leader using the high line in the horseshoe turn. So down to 2 to go for the 116 Yamaha ride of TJ Albright. There is the 101 of Panancos making his way through in the 2nd spot. And it is the 23. Goncalves trying to hang on to it. I thought he might have gone down, but no, Goncalves still in 3rd. Guillaume St. Cyr in 4th. Jared Bashiri now rounding out the top 5 as he gets around Jean-Christophe Bouchol. So 2 to go here as we watch TJ Albright through the center section. Panancos making his way on the outside of the off-camber turn, hanging on to that 2nd spot. This is 250B out on the track. 250C riders next off the gate. Riders in the 85, 9 to 11, and Mini Senior 2 should be in staging. Senior 45 plus and Vet 30 plus Sportsman down to pre-staging. We're down to 1 to go here as Albright makes his way over the finish line jump. So TJ Albright, Jake Pinanco still 1 and 2. Goncalves hanging on to that 3rd spot. He's got Bourgeot now into 4th, Saints here to 5th, and Basheri drops back down to 6th. So a constant rotation of riders in and out of that top 5 here. And picking up your leader on the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop on the final time through. And that'll be the checkered flag to race win here. In the 250B, the rider on the 116 Yamaha, TJ Albright grabs the win. 2nd spot on the Fox Racing Moto E factory connection ride, Jake Pinancos. And it's going to be the 456 of Jean-Christophe Bourgeot getting around into 3rd on the final lap. 23 Goncalves in 4th, and Basheri rounds out the top 5. All right, so 250C going to get set to leave the gate. Here we have got a full gate of 250C riders, 39 riders coming down the start straight. And looks like quick off the gate again. It's going to be the rider on the 99, Lawrence Filippello. So Filippello grabbing the whole shot. He's got a pretty good average here this weekend at Winchester. And we got a Kawasaki rider jumping by down at the end of the section, trying to look at the number on that rider. And it's going to be the 659. Jeremy Buck taking over the top spot as they come back up that center rhythm section into the off-camber turn. So there's a 659 down into the horseshoe turn section first time through. Jeremy Buck leading him out here. A little miscue coming out of the turn, but keeps himself moving forward. So there's the 659, Jeremy Buck with the lead. Jay Donaldson, the 95 Yamaha into second. It's Lawrence Filippello running in third. Sam Andrews, the 29 Yamaha fourth. Dalen Benaza rounds out the top five. Mitchell O'Keefe sixth. Lada Ipolice in seventh. Billy Muscella on the 21. Chugg's Motor Performance MX-23 alias Scott Ride is running in the eighth spot. Spencer Mang in ninth. And Mark Molesky is going to round out the top 10. And there's your leader heading up the center rhythm section. And now Donaldson trying to hold off the 99 of Filippello. He's trying to get back on him here as they come up that center rhythm section, the off-camber turn. And Filippello has the inside line into the tabletop. He's going to make the pass back in a second. Donaldson has the inside line, though. It looks like he may have that spot back. Jeremy Buck out of the S-turn section, 659. Kawasaki rider making his way down the left-hand side. So 2 to go here as Jeremy Buck makes his way over the finish line jump. Oh, Buck with a little miscue coming through the start turn, almost goes down. And he's got to smooth that out. He's got a lot of riders in very close proximity. So Jeremy Buck, Jay Donaldson, Lawrence Filippello, Dalen Benaza, and Mitchell O'Keefe, top 5 here in the 250C with the 2-lap board out. So Jeremy Buck, Jay Donaldson 1 and 2 as they come up that center rhythm section. Buck uses the high line in the off camber. Donaldson going to go around the outside. And looks like Vernaza trying to make a run at Filippello for third. Can't make the pass happen there. And looks like Vernaza going to make the pass on Filippello to take over that spot. So Vernaza moves to third. 659 of Buck making his way out of that horseshoe turn. I'm sorry, out of that S-turn section down the left-hand side. And now he'll come down into the horseshoe turn section. So Donaldson continues in second, Vernaza to third. There's a 99 of Filippello fourth. And it's going to be Mitchell O'Keefe now rounding out the top 5. All right, so Jeremy Buck, the 659, trying to hang on for the win here. And pretty solid track position, just a couple turns to go to hang on to it. And that is going to be the checkered flag. The race win here in the 250C, the 659 of Jeremy Buck. Jay Donaldson on the 95 across the line second. It's going to be the 410 Suzuki of Dalen Vanaza third. Lawrence Filippello will hang on to the fourth spot on the 99 KTM. And it is going to be the rider on the 446, Mitchell, out the top five. And that'll do it for 250C, 85, 9-11, and Mini Senior 2 next off the gate. So it looks like a little bit of water going down on the track here before we get underway with the next moto.
At the bottom of the tower.
So a little break in the action while we put a little bit of water down on the track here. 85, 9-11, and Mini Senior 2 riders next off the gate. And once again, I want to remind folks, if you plan to head on to the regional championship, you must make sure you finished in the top 8 in your class for a guaranteed advancement spot. If you did not qualify in a guaranteed advancement spot, you can still register for the regional as an alternate, but you got to have a finishing position in at least one moto to be eligible. And remember, even if you win your class, you still must register for the regional. If you don't register for the regional championship, you don't have a guaranteed spot on the gate. You'll be put in as an alternate instead. If you don't pre-register by the deadline, the second copy of the registration form that you got, that's not a receipt. It's your registration form for the regional. So make sure you don't throw it away. And make sure you pre-enter for the regional by the deadline. If you're a rider in the amateur classes 1 through 18.2, you're going to have your regional at the Unadilla Valley Sports Center in New Berlin, New York, and that'll be June 20th and 21st. You must register by June 15th. Youth class is scheduled for May 30th and 31st at Birch Creek Motorsports Park, and that's in Virginia. And you must register by May 25th, 2015. So if you want to make sure you have a guaranteed spot, whether you earn that guaranteed advancement or want to register as an alternate, you got to pre-register. So make sure you do that. Do not forget.
Don't forget, for you racers that are going to be going to the regional level, the regional championships are the second step that you have to make before you make it down to Loretta Lynn's Ranch, the big show in August. If you place in an advancement position at the area qualifier, you get invited to the regional. But again, don't forget, you got to pre-register. So make sure you do that by the deadline to keep that spot. The only exceptions are Northwest, Southwest, and Midwest regions. The regional championships separate the national into 2 different events. That's the youth and the amateur regional, so make sure you check out which one you're supposed to do. That way you can make sure they have plenty of time for the 3-moto format. They do run a 3-moto format at the regional, just like they do at Loretta's, so make sure you're ready for that 3-moto format. Looks like the water break is over, so we'll bring ourselves back down to the start line here. And here we go, 85, 9 to 11 in Mini Senior 2. From the outside, that's going to be the 444. Justin Kukinos grabbing the whole shot in the Mini Senior 2. Kukinos loves that outside gate, my friends. And we'll go back to the start line here for the 85, 9 to 11 gate drop. And that is going to be the 481. Matt Clark grabbing the whole shot for the 85, 9 to 11 gate drop. So Justin Kukinos out front, up the center rhythm section. And it looks to be Felino and the 48 of Alex Fenoff into the second and third spots. So leaders into the option tabletop section. And out of the S-turn section down the Riverside Drive tabletop. Again, getting a little tricky now as the shadows starting to form on the left-hand side of the track. So goggle selection going to be key. Make sure you've got the right choice there. So Kukinos, Felino, and it looks like it is the 48 of Fenoff. There's your top 3 as your leader comes down to the finish line turn. So it is Justin Kukinos, Angelo Felino, the 48 of Alex Fenoff. That's your top 3. Zach Poor on the 14, running in the 4th spot. Rounding out the top 5 on lap 1, it's going to be the 127 of Sam St. Laurent. Running in 6th on the number 10, that's the One Industries Spy, Dunlop, Atlas, Vortex, Torque One Racing ride at Tyler Blowers. Kyle Gattani in 7th, Brad Williams 8th, Patrick Prescott running 9th, and it's the 508 of Paige Weingarten rounding out the top 10 on lap 1. Justin Kukinos all the way down the far side of the track, the tree line straightaway. One long run down the tree line. You make that left hand 180 and then back along that same section. So there is Kukinos, there's Felino, and there is the rider on the 48, Alex Fenoff.
So race number 7 out on the track. Senior 45 plus, vet 30 plus sportsman racers next off the gate. Schoolboy 2, 13 to 16 BC should be in staging. Masters 50 plus racers in pre-staging. So Coquinos, the 444 would lead. There's the 198, and there is Fenoff on the 48. And a 2-lap board is going to come out here, so 2 to go. In 85, 9 to 11, and Mini Senior 2. Coquinos holding down the top spot in the Mini Senior 2. Matt Clark still holding the lead in the 85, 9 to 11. 481 rider came around out front on lap 1. Logan Tristani in second, Andrew Weingarten in third. So there is the 481, a Clark through the finish line turn. He holds down the top spot in the 9 to 11. Logan Tristani not too far off the back tire though, so Tristani going to give him a run for his money. Fenoff now making a move around into the second spot. It looks like he's going to put a move on the 198 of Felino. See if the 198 can answer back here. So Fenoff, nice move to second here as Yulita goes by out of the horseshoe turn section. And we are down to just 1 to go as the 444 of Justin Coquinos makes his way through. So Coquinos making his way down the tree line section on the final lap. So there is the 444 of Justin Coquinos through the high line and the off camber. He's going to fade out to the outside on his way down into that center turn. And the 481 still trying to hold the top spot in the 85, 9 to 11. Tristani doing his best to close the gap on him here. So Matt Clark holding down the top spot is still Tristani in second and Andrew Weingarten third for the 85, 9 to 11. 1 lap board out. So there's the 444 one more time in the high line of the horseshoe turn section. And And that'll be the checkered flag coming out. The race win here in the Mini Senior 2 for the 444 Justin Kakinos. .48 of Fenoff across the line second. Hard fought to get into that second spot. Looking for the 198 of Felino. Oh no, and it's going to be the 14 of Zach Poor making a move around to third on the final lap. So Felino having some problems as Zach Poor gets third. Manchester Sports Center ride of Sam St. Laurent to fourth. So not sure what happened there on the final lap for the 198, but he is going to drop down to the fifth spot there. So Vet 30 plus, Sportsman Senior 45 plus getting set to fire off the gate. We're going to see if Matt Clark can hang on for the win in the 85 9-11 here. And looks like it's going to be the 13 Suzuki again. Rich Frank grabbing a whole shot. And we'll go back to the start straight now with the Senior 45 plus. And McMillan trying to grab that inside line. Well, it looks like it's going to be the 18 of Connell bumping him off on the Big Boys Toys Kawasaki Team Green ride to grab the top spot there out of the gate for the Senior 45 plus. And it was Matt Clark, the 481 KTM, hanging on for the win in the 85 9-11. Tristani second, Weingartner third. So it is Rich Frank, and it looks to be the 221 of Kevin Moenzani, 1 and 2 as they came over the Loctite launch. So lead is down to the finish line turn. Rich Frank holding down the top spot. Moenzani right with him though. So the 221 of Kevin Moenzani, he had to work hard last moto to try to get around early and had to work through the field. So this time around looks like he's gotten himself a bit better a start. Try to start off a little closer to the front of the pack here. And moving out to the front of the pack in the Senior 45 plus, going to be the 18 of Paul Cornell. So Cornell with the lead there on the Big Boys Toys at Cherby's factory backing Pro Tape of Swami Dunlop Lucas Oil ride. Seafarer in the second spot, Kurt McMillan to third, Mark Wesley fourth, and Carl Bond on the 40 rounds out the top five for the Senior 45 plus class. As we watch Moenzani continue to work on the 13 of Rich Frank, trying to take the top spot in the Vet 30 plus Sportsman. Moenzani about as close as he's been so far in the moto. And 2 to go, so the 277, so 221 to Kevin Moenzani. Try to get on that gas here as he goes through the start turn, chasing down the leader. 997 of Brandon Sprague makes the move around into third. That's going to put Oldham into the 4th spot on the 981. And now the 5th spot up for grabs. Ryan McLeod trying to get it. Felipe Pinheiro in the mix as well. And there you go, out of the start turn. Picking up the battle with your leader in the senior 45 plus. There's the 18 of Cornell through the start turn section. McMillan moves to second. So Cornell down the right-hand side, leading in the senior 45 plus. Here's your leader up the center rhythm section into the off camber. The 13 of Rich Frank with the lead in the vet 30 plus Sportsman. Moenzani had a pretty good run at him earlier on, but looks like he might have had a little miscue, or Frank just a little bit smoother here as the laps wore down. So it is the 13, Rich Frank, making his way into the triple section right before the finish. And that is going to be the 1 lap board coming out. And Oldham back around into third as he gets by Brandon Sprague. We watch him come through the off-camber turn section there in the horseshoe turn. And now picking up the battle for the lead in the senior 45 plus, as there's the 18 at Cornell coming into the finish line section. And McMillan not far off the back tire, so Paul Cornell going to have his hands full trying to hang on the final lap here as Kurt McMillan makes the charge. So clicking off the final lap here, vet 30 plus Sportsman, senior 45 plus. It is Rich Frank, Kevin Moenzani, Steve Oldham, Brandon Sprague, and Mike Ciencio, top 5 in the vet 30 plus. Paul Cornell, Kurt McMillan, Steve Ferreira, Mark Wesley, and Carl Bond, top 5 in the senior 40 plus. And watching your leader coming down to the horseshoe turn section on the final lap here. That is going to be the checkered flag, the race win there in the 30 plus vet Sportsman. So Rich Frank, the Fox Racing Suzuki with the win. Here's the 221 across the line to hang on to that second spot. So Kevin Moenzani gets the second position. 981 Oldham going to hang on to third. Oldham battling there with the 997 of Brandon Sprague. He's going to take third, Sprague fourth. There is your winner in the senior 45 plus, the Big Boys Toys Kawasaki Team Green and Chairbees Dunlop Lucas Oil Ride. Paul Cornell grabs the win. Kurt McMillan across the line second. And looking for Ferreira to finish it up in third on the 40. Schoolboy 2. Next off the start gate here, there'll be race 9 here in the second half. So Schoolboy 2 racers getting set to fire down the start line. Looked like the 23 of Goncalves with the hole shot. So it looked like Carlos Goncalves with the hole shot, but it's going to be the 116 and TJ Albright taking the lead out of turn 2. And Albright's going to lead him down the right-hand side along the tree line section. Looks to be TJ Albright, Kyle Bushy on the 238. 1 and 2, Goncalves in the third spot. Once again, you lead it down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section, and I notice Albright not hucking that big table to single at this point in the day. I don't know if he's just waiting to bring it out if he needs it, or he's decided it's a little bit too rough for that particular risky maneuver. There is Albright, Kyle Bushy, Carlos Goncalves, top 3. Dave Milana in 4th. Austin Clapp, the 861, going to round out the top 5 on the Steve Balboni M-Soil ride. Jeffrey Galasso on the 351 in 6th. Brady Hill 7th, the 199. Seth Niccolo running in 8th. In the 9th spot, it's going to be Marvin Ellis, and Brad Bissick rounds out the top 10 here on lap 1. So Albright, Bushy, Goncalves, Milana, Clapp, top 5 up the center rhythm section. So your leader coming out of the S-turn section, following the battle, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th now as they are starting to tighten up. Bushy with a little bit of breathing room. Looks like maybe made a couple of different line choices on that lap as he's extended a tiny bit, but there's 3rd, 4th, and 5th place, and there is not a lot of room there. So Albright continues to run out front. So there is Bushy in the 2nd spot. Goncalves 3rd, Milana continues 4th. Looks like a pair of KTMs really starting to battle for that spot now. That is third and fourth, Goncalves and Milana. Austin Clapp in the mix trying to get into there as well. And picking up Albright, the 116 down the left-hand side. So TJ Albright having a great weekend here so far. He's had some good runs. There is Kyle Bushy, the 238 through the high line and the horseshoe turn, hanging on to that second spot. Looks like it is going to be Milana now making the move to third. And it looks like Austin Clapp to fourth. That's going to drop Goncalves down to fifth. And the two-lap board out here in the Schoolboy 2. Got the Masters 50 plus next off the gate. Riders in the college 16 to 24 sportsman class should be in staging. Vet 35 plus in pre-staging. All right, so Albright going to make his way through the horseshoe turn section on his way into the finish line. There's the 116 coming into the triple right in front of the finish. It's going to be the one lap board out this time around. So TJ Albright maintains the top spot. There's the 238 of Bushy hanging on at the second position. The 25 of Milana running in third. There's the 861 Austin Clapp now up to fourth on the Honda ride. Goncalves continues in fifth, it looks like, on the 23 as he comes through. So Albright making his way up that center rhythm section here on the final lap. And Bushy continues in that spot. Second position, Milana third. Albright airing out that long table to single triple. It's going to be all the way in the back corner. We're going to watch him drop into the S-turn sections on the final lap here. So there's the 116, once again, high line through the horseshoe turn section and into the finish line turn. That'll be the checkered flag and the race win here in the Schoolboy 2. That is TJ Albright, the 116 Yamaha rider, grabbing another win here. So TJ having a good weekend here at Winchester. The North Star Motorsports Mohawk Racing rider, Kyle Bushy, across the line for second. Going to be the 25 of Milana hanging on in third. And looks like it's going to be the 21 of Gene Nyman, the Kawasaki rider with the whole shot here in the Masters 50 plus. So Nyman with the early lead. He's going to lead him down the right-hand side. So it'll be the 28 of Kurt McMillan taking over the top spot here in the Masters 50 plus. Nyman into the second position on the 21. So this is race number 10 here in the second half. Masters 50 plus out on the track. College 16 to 24 Sportsman riders lining up for the next Moto. Vet 35 plus should be in staging. And Supermini 2 riders down to pre-staging. As we follow the 28 Suzuki Kurt McMillan down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section. So McMillan holds down the top spot. Here's the 21 Kawasaki of Nyman in second. And looks like the Yamaha ride of Rob Shaka up into the third spot, so the 26 to third. And the 54 Honda of Roger Newt going to run in the fourth spot here as we continue to click off the laps. Lap 1 in the books here for the Masters 50 plus racers. So just following the 28 of McMillan as he makes his way through that big option tabletop section. Kurt McMillan holding down a solid lead here in the Masters 50 plus. So just watching the Fox Racing Suzuki ride of Kurt McMillan as he clicks off the laps. And the 21 Nyman still in the second spot. Looks like it's Shaka in third. And Roger Newt still running in the 4th spot here with the 2-lap board out. So just enjoying a little sights and sound there as motocross kits itself through. Masters 50 plus. There is McMillan all the way down the far right-hand side. Your leader here on the 28 Suzuki.
Copy that.
So there's McMillan up that center rhythm section through the off-camber turn. College 16 to 24 sportsman class races will be heading off the gate next.
Dean, when Dave is done.
So there's McMillan coming down the left-hand side on the final lap here. So McMillan going to use the outside line there in the off-camber as he's going to come down to the checkered flag, and that will be the race win in the Masters 50 plus for the 28 Suzuki ride of Kurt McMillan. And a little woo over the finish line there as McMillan having a good time. The 21 of Gene Nyman looks like he's going to hang on to the 2nd spot. We're looking for Shaka in 3rd. And Roger Newt to round out the field in 4th. And we're going to get going now with the 16 to 24 college sportsman class. And here we go. And looks like that is going to be the rider on the 23, Joe Tate, grabbing the whole shot. So along the tree line straight away there is your leader going to come down into that center rhythm section. So Tate out front on the 23. Looks like the 739 of Mousseau making a move into second. Oh, rider going off the side there, out on the outside of that off camber. That's the long way around for sure. All right, leaders down the left-hand side. Looks like it's still the 23 of Tate out front. So Joe Tate with the early lead. Jeff Mousseau in second. It's going to be Will Canning, the number 11 ride, in third. PJ Weymouth fourth. Dylan Clark rounds out the top 5 on the 148 Honda. Looks like running in sixth. It's going to be the 855 of Breen Burke. In seventh, the rider on the 155 Honda. That's Guillaume Saint-Cyr. Otto Mayer on the 646 8th. Brian Geneva 9th, and Caleb Trombley rounding out the top 10 on the 151. Davenport Trucking, a CD Davenport, Brisbane Trucking, Snow and Sons, LB Manufacturing ride. Rider having trouble there, stalling it out after that right-hand corner of the track. The 90-degree left-hand turn on the far right side. Looks like Tate still maintaining the top spot. There is Mousseau in second, coming up behind him. So once again, through the Riverside Drive tabletop section, your leader on the 23 is Joe Tate. He's going to come to the horseshoe turn section and using that inside line there. It is still Tate and Mousseau, 1 and 2. 2-lap board is out. The 11 of Will Canning now moves into the third spot for the Manchester Sports Center ride. Sincere in fourth. And the 855 of Breen Burke now going to move into the top 5. So Joe Tate, Jeff Mousseau, Will Canning, Guillaume Saint-Cyr, Breen Burke, top 5. PJ Weymouth, Otto Mayer, Brian Geneva, Josh Burcham, and Caleb Trombley through the top 10. This is race 11 here in the second half. College 16 to 24 Sportsman. As we work through the race order here for the Northeast area
Qualifier, Loretta Lynn's area qualifier here at Winchester Speedpark. Again, big thanks to all the riders coming out here to race with us this weekend. Hoping everybody's having a great weekend. Hopefully this is the first step in a long journey that you're going to be making down to that Loretta Lynn's ranch. So 1 to go here, college 16 to 24 sportsman class. And it is the 23 of Joe Tate, solid command of this moto right from the gate drop. So Tate running the 23 there, about a 3.8 second gap between first and second place. So he's just got to keep himself moving forward at the same pace. He's going to have no problems here. 1:58 the lap time for Tate, 1:59 for Musso. So everybody else is above 2 minutes, it looks like. Weymouth, the only other rider getting under the 2-minute mark. And that is going to be your leader through the horseshoe turn section on the final lap. And that'll be the checkered flag coming out the race win here in the college 16 to 24 sportsman class. So the 23, Joe Tate with the win. Looked like Jeff Musso left that silencer out on the track on the final lap there. The 25, Milana third. Will Canning will get across the line in fourth. Sorry, PJ Weymouth third. Will Canning fourth, and Guillaume St. Cyr rounds out the top 5. That is the sound of unhappiness there as you hear a very loud panic rev right after the finish. It's always a good sign when you hear that rev limiter blasting. Little panic rev there after the finish. Lets the whole world know you're not happy. Yeah, good battle right down to the finish there. The 75 of Brock Tucci and Max Gomez on the 494. And this time around, it's going to be LaRusso grabbing the whole shot. Sheik right there with him. And they're going to trade it off side by side out of turn 2. It'll be Scott Sheik lead him down the right-hand side. So there are your leaders all the way to the far side. You see the water truck circulating through the foreground there. And Scott Sheik, the number 4 Kawasaki, out in front of Tony LaRusso, the number 4 Honda. So Chapter Motorsports rider trying to track down the leader. And looks like that's McMillan up into the 3rd spot there on the 28 as your leaders make their way out of the S-turn section down the left-hand side. So there is first and second place, Scott Sheik, Tony LaRusso. It is going to be the rider on the 28, McMillan, with that 3rd spot, 299, and Nat Cole in 4th. And it looks like it's going to be the 660 Taylor, 680 at Taylor rounding out the top 5. Shane Duke in 6th, Seagal in 7th as we watch the battle down the far side of the track. LaRusso trying to track down the number 4 of Sheik. Same move as last time. He's going to come to the inside, but this time around, Sheik is going to shut the door on him. The top of the off camber. We had a little bumping going on there before. And LaRusso come away with the short end of the stick on that one as he bumped into the back tire in Moto 1. This time around, a little more cautious. He's going to get a shower of roost coming into that center field turn now. So Sheik, LaRusso, McMillan, Cole, Taylor, top 5 with Dutka and Siegel, 6th and 7th. All right, down to the horseshoe turn, and LaRusso right on the back tire of Sheik. Two-lap board will be out here. And McMillan now going to give up that 3rd spot as they come down in the finish line turn. The 299 is going to get around him, so not sure what's up with McMillan. Looks like maybe having a little bit of bike trouble. As he's a little bit off the pace, so Nat Cole gets 3rd. McMillan drops to 4th. And LaRusso goes to the outside on the entry into that rhythm section. And again, that's the spot to make the pass. So Tony LaRusso makes the move around the outside at the end of that long straightaway section, gets around the number 4 of Sheik to take the top spot here in the Vet 35 Plus. So LaRusso to the finish line turn, and that'll be the 1-lap board coming out. So final time around here. So Tony LaRusso, Scott Cheek down the right-hand side. That is the top two here in the vet 35 plus. McMillan with a strong run going earlier on in third, but definitely looked like some problems with the bike. I'm not sure what the deal was there, but lets the 299 Kawasaki ride Nat Cole make the pass. So we'll have to see what's going on here as we follow LaRusso up that center rhythm section here on the final lap. So there is the number 4 Honda ride, Tony LaRusso down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop on the final lap here. And that is going to be the checkered flag. You see him giving a little look over there to see if someone was going to dive in on him at the finish, but nope, you have got it. That's the race win there for Tony LaRusso, the Chaplin Motorsports ride. Scott Cheek on the number 4 Monster Energy Team Green ride across the line in second. We're looking for the 299 of Nat Cole to hang on a third, McMillan fourth. And we're looking for Phil Taylor to round out the top 5. Supermini 2 getting set to leave the gate. So we got Supermini 2 next off the gate. Races in the open. Pro Sport should be in staging 450B in pre-staging. And looks like we're going to count them down the line, get set to go racing here. Supermini 2. And once again, that outside gate working out, the 444, Justin Kukinos. Keith Johnson Motocross School's Factory Connection Winchester Motorsports rider going to grab the whole shot. He'll lead him out of turn 2, and looks like he is going to hang on to the lead all the way down the right-hand side. So Justin Kukinos on the 444 out front. Looks like the 18 of Brady Hill into second. On the 84, Will Russell up into third. So Justin Kukinos down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop section.
So Coquinos into the finish line turn. He's got the early lead here in the Supermini 2. 18 of Brady Hill in second. There is the 84 ride running in third. That is William Russell. Angelo Foligno fourth on the 198. Rounding out the top five, going to be the 199 of Seth Nicolo. In sixth, it's going to be the 17 of Tyler Blowers. The One Industry Spy, Unifilters Decal Works alias Vortex ride. Kyle Gattani running in seventh. And it looks like it's going to be Jackson Murray, 8th, Paige Weingarten, 9th, and Patrick Prescott rounding out the top 10 on lap 1 here for the Supermini 2. As Brady Hill trying to track down Justin Coquinos for the front of the pack here. Brady Hill on the 18, down the left-hand side, trying to close the gap on the leader. And we're going to be looking at the 2-lap board this time around, so we'll see if Hill can close up the gap. So first and second place down the right-hand side, Coquinos and Hill, Will Russell and Angelo Foligno third and fourth. It is Nicolo still in the 5th spot now. 17 of Blower is going to drop down to 6th on the Torque 1 Racing Dunlop ride. Gattani 7th, Jackson Murray 8th, Paige Weingarten 9th, and Prescott looks like he's still rounding out the top 10. So you see first and second place hitting that big option tabletop jump. Brady Hill seems like he's chipping away a little bit at the lead, but not by much. 2:08.5 for Justin Coquinos, 2:09 for Brady Hill last time around. So Coquinos just a little bit quicker. We're looking at the 1-lap board now, so one more time around for Justin Coquinos as he makes his way through the finish line jump. So Coquinos in the inside line. He's going to head down the right-hand side of the track on the final lap here. This is Supermini 2 final lap. Open Pro Sport next off the gate. 450B riders should be in staging. 450C riders down to pre-staging. right, looks like Brady Hill starting to get close to Justin Kukinos. This is about as close as he's been all race long, but we got the 1 lap board out, so we're down to a half a lap for these guys going through the center section. And he's going to have to hope for a mistake out of the 444. Kukinos, pretty smooth rider. I don't see him trying anything different or crazy out there on the final lap. I see him hitting his lines just like he has been all race long. So there's Justin Kukinos' final time into the horseshoe turn section. Brady Hill right behind him in second. Oh, a little foot off the pegs there for Kukinos, but it's not going to matter at this point, as that'll be the checkered flag, and that will be the race win. So Justin Kukinos, the Keith Johnson Motocross Schools Factory Connection Winchester Motorsports ride with another win. Hill on the 18 going to come across the line in second. And looks like moving around into third, it is going to be Bill Russell on the hanging on to it there on the final lap. The FMF KTM of Foligno fourth. And Seth Nicolo, the Nicolo Carpentry Shift Racing rider, rounds out the top 5. Open Pro Sport riders next off the gate. And looks like we're set to go here with the Open Pro Sport gate drop. And Robinson with a quick jump, but that looks like it's going to be the 23 of Clark commanding the inside line and stealing it away at the turn. So Clark going to be out front down the right-hand side. Looks like Robinson into second. So up the center rhythm section here, lap 1. It is Clark out in front. Robinson hanging on to the second spot. Looks like 740 and Murphy into third. So Clark down the left-hand side and already starting to stretch it out just a little bit. So Clark with the early lead. Murphy makes the move around into second. So 740 River takes over the second spot. It's going to be Zarnata, the Tuchel Line Construction rider, into that third position. Johnny Owens fourth, Sal Colangelo fifth on the 232. Nick O'Neill in sixth, Cody Williams seventh, Zach Jordan eighth, PJ Weymouth ninth, and Steve Ricks rounds out the top 10. And the Roost flying down the far right-hand side of the track there, as you can see. riders making their way through. Looks like a little trouble for the 2.38 of Robinson as he is well off the pace. And Robinson going to pull off here, so not sure if that's mechanical or if he had some other issues out there, but tough break for the 2.38 of Ben Robinson. Normally we see him running at the front of the pack. So Clark into the triple section right before the finish, and he is going to continue to get it done as the battle's starting to heat up for that second spot. Murphy has it right now. Zarnata closes up on him. So there's your leaders down the right-hand side. Josh Clark, Max Murphy, Steve Zarnata, Sal Colangelo, Johnny Owens, top 5. So you see Clark airing out that option tabletop jump as he starts to pull away even more now from the 740 of Murphy. Murphy going to start to deal with the 368 of Zarnata. Like I said, Zarnata closing up on him on the previous lap. We'll see if we can make something happen here. So there you have it, no change at the front of the pack. Clark, Murphy, and Zarnata still top 3 as we watch Josh Clark on the inside line heading down the right-hand side of the track. Salvatore Colangelo on the 232 Honda still in 4th. PJ Weymouth rounding out the top 5. And it's Cody Williams, Nick O'Neill, Johnny Owens, Zach Jordan, and Steve Ricks through the top 10. Loretta having a little trouble there on the right-hand side. Not sure what the deal was with that. So Clark highline in the off-camber turn section, just laying down the quick laps out here. There's Murphy on the 740, making his way through the middle and trying to close up on the leader. But Josh Clark, not a slow rider by any means. He's a guy that can get it done out front. No stranger to running at the front of the pack and winning motos. Been a pro rider for a few years as well. Had a bad crash in Supercross a number of years ago. Pretty bad back injury. It was good to see Josh come back from that one. So the 23 o'clock holding down a pretty solid lead. There's Murphy coming through in second. And there is Zarnata, the Toco Line Construction rider, in third on 368. So starting to spread out at the front of the pack here. Colangelo in fourth. And now it's going to be Weymouth dealing with that fifth place spot. And looks like he has got the 1-2-5 now of Cody Williams closing up on him. So we'll see if Weymouth can hang on to it. Watch your clock. Murphy's are not a top three for the inside section. This is Open Pro Sport, race number 14 out on the track. 450B next off the gate. Riders in the 450C should be in staging. 50cc 4-9 support class riders down to pre-staging. That'll be the 2-lap board coming out now as Clark makes his way over the finish line jump. And there is Murphy coming through, still in the second spot. Zarnata continuing in third, so no change at the front of the pack. As we continue to click off the laps here in the Open Pro Sport, things really starting to spread out here. 10-second gap between Clark and Murphy, 5.5 between Murphy and Zarnata, 11 back to PJ Weymouth now in fourth, Colangelo now in fifth. So just following Josh Clark here all the way through the back section. So through the triple section at the finish, and the 1-lap board will come out now for the 23 of Clark. So Josh Clark looking to get it done one more time around here. So Clark one more time through the inside rhythm section. He's got about a half a lap to go to bring one into the books here in the Open Pro Sport. And the mid-win in Moto 1, he's going to sweep the class here if he stays out front like he is right now. And I don't see any reason for that to change. So there is the 23 of Clark. Final time through the horseshoe turn section. And that'll be the checkered flag to race win for the Clark's Racing Shift Yamaha ride. Josh Clark with the win. It's going to be Murphy on the 740 Western Mass Environmental Winchester Motorsports Factory Connection ride, hanging onto that second spot. And it looks like it's going to be Zarnata, the Toco Line Construction rider, in third. We've got 450B getting ready to fire off the gate. And it looks like the 23 of Goncalves, another good jump off the gate there, as Goncalves is going to grab the whole shot. All right, up the center rhythm section, Yamaha rider taking the point. And the 971, Briard had the lead there very briefly, but the 116 of TJ Albright comes across the inside line to take the top spot away. And Briard going to get it back coming out of the Loctite launch. So the 971 holding down the top spot. Albright trying to make something happen here. Let's watch that left-hand side, because I'm almost positive we're going to see one of those table to single jumps there if Albright wants to make up a little time early in the moto. And no, you know, I don't even know if that is possible this time of the day. Like I said, it may be getting a little bit too rough for that. Haven't had a chance to see the entrance into that section as I am up here in the tower, so might be a little too rough for that table to single jump at this point in the day. So Ballard with the lead on the 971. TJ Albright into the second spot. 927 to Mike Shea moves to third early on. Running in the fourth spot, it is going to be the 23 of Goncalves. Joe Tate rounds out the top five. Ryan Fletcher in sixth, Max Gomez seventh, Brian Geneva eighth, Dylan Clark ninth. And rounding out the top 10 on lap one, rider out of North Kingston, Rhode Island, that is Chris Laurel. And all the way down the far tree line section, Albright's got to use the outside line. Briard's going to shut the door. Into the off-camber turn, and again, Briard goes to the outside. He's going to have to start protecting that high inside line, because Albright's got a good line through that inside. And Albright going to air out the inside. He's trying to get under the 971 of Briard. Trying to find a spot where he can go. Oh, and a little bump at the top of the horseshoe turn. Both riders looking at each other like, hey, what's up? And Albright not making friends. He's going to make a pass. What he's going to do. So TJ Albright not going to wait to make this one happen. He gets up to the inside line and just gives him a little bump, and Briard gets pushed offline. Let's see if perhaps he's got a little something for him on the payback front. Oh, and it looks like Briard had a problem coming out of the start turn. And 971 well off the pace, and now he's got to deal with the third place rider, so Albright. So he's going to have nothing but clear track down there. And it is indeed Briard now dealing with Mike Shea for the battle for second. All right, so Albright up into the inside center section. Here comes Shea. He's going to use the inside line in the off camber. Ben Briard goes to the outside, hangs onto the spot. Shea coming across the inside, trying to take it away. So Albright exiting out of the S-turn, Briard and Shea into the big option tabletop. Goncalves and Tate fourth and fifth. 450B riders out on the track. 450C next off the gate. So TJ Albright leading it. There's the 971 of Ben Briard in second. Mike Shea on the 927 hanging on a third. Goncalves on the 23X will stay in the fourth spot. And it looks like it's going to be the 226 of Ryan Fletcher getting around into fifth as problems for the 23 Yamaha. Joe Tate blowing smoke out the bottom of the bike. And my friends, that is not a good sign. It's a brand new 450. So picking up the 116 of Albright after the option tabletop. He's going to come to the S-turn section. Little kick there coming out of the S-turn. He'll come down the left-hand side. That is going to bring out the two lap board. So the 116 of TJ Albright needs to get it done one more time around here if he wants to be the winner. Ben Briard on the 971. Solid run chasing after the leader early in the moto, but a little bit of trouble there on that right-hand side. Took him off the pace just a little bit, but he's got second place. Looks like pretty well wrapped up. The 927 of Shea right there continuing in third. front of the pack up that center rhythm section. Albright going to go ahead and hit that big option tabletop. So down to 1 to go here as the 116 of TJ Albright continues to get it done out at the front of the pack. The 971, Ben Briard coming through in the second position. It looks like it is still going to be the rider on the 927, Mike Shea hanging on a third. Now it's Kincalves in the 4 spot. Ryan Fletcher up to 5th on the 226. Dylan Clark in 6th. Gomez 7th. Loro 8th. Brian Geneva running in 9th. And Kyle Burke rounding out the top 10. And the 91 of Brian Geneva, he has got some serious front wheel shake going on in that 91 Suzuki. I don't know what the deal is there. It looks like the spokes are about to pop off that thing. And there is your leader one more time through the horseshoe turn section. So the 116 of TJ Albright going to come down to the finish line turn, and that'll be the checkered flag and another win for this young man here this weekend. So TJ Albright taking the win. There's the 971 of Ben Briard. He'll come across the line to hang on to that second spot. Looks like it is going to be the rider on the 927, Mike Shea, across the line third. 450 C riders getting set to leave the gate. So TJ Albright, Ben Briard, Mike Shea, Carlos Gonsalves, and Dylan Clark will be the top 5 there. All right, here we go, 450C. And looks like the 140 Kawasaki ride. That could be Max Zabel with the whole shot. So Zabel grabs the whole shot. See if he can hang on to it down the right-hand side. Looks like he has got a challenge early, and Brian Geneva rolling up. I don't even think that wheel is round anymore. That looks like it's a triangle on the front of that Suzuki there. Can't believe that one made it through.
So leaders in the option tabletop section here are going to pick them up in the S turns. A pair of Kawasaki's duking it out front here. Let's get a look at the running order as they make their way down the left-hand side. So it looks like the 140 of Szabo still holding down the top spot. So there is the 140. Max Szabo holding down the lead. The Bud Racing ride. 5:28 into the second spot. So early move into second for the 5:28 of Chris Moore. Rodaya Felice running in third. Alex White fourth. Sam Andrews, the 29 Yamaha, rounds out the top five. Running in sixth on the 21, Scott alias MX23 Chugs Moto Performance Ride is Billy Muscella. Spencer Mang on the 74 running in the seventh spot. It's going to be Brody Odell, the 334 Honda, running eighth. Cole Sanford on the number 12 in ninth, and Chris Blackburn rounding out the top 10, it looks like, on lap one. So leaders up that center rhythm section. So it looks like Szabo and Moore still 1 and 2, and Felice running in third, I believe. All right, so the 140 down the left-hand side. Looks like the 140 of Szabo still holding down the top spot. There's the Honda ride of Chris Moore, the 528 still in second. Two lap board's going to come out on this moto. So with 2 to go, Max Szabo, Chris Moore, Rodaya Felice, Alex White, Billy Muscella, top 5, Spencer Mang, Sam Andrews, 6 and 7, Brody Odell, 8, Lawrence Filippello running in 9th, and it's going to be Chris Blackburn, the 125 Suzuki, getting into the top 10 now. So this is 450C out on the track as you watch Szabo coming back up that center rhythm section, holding down the top spot. So the 140 Kawasaki ride going to hit the big option tabletop. And continuing to run at the front of the pack here, Max Szabo, the 140 Kawasaki. So there is Szabo, and there is the one lap board. So one more time around for the young man on the 140 Kawasaki to grab the moto win.
So Sabo, Moore, and Iflise still top 3. Oh no, and Muscella, Billy Muscella making some moves on that lap. I did not see that. But the alias, Scott Motorsports, Novik, Grandma, Chugs Motor Performance NX23 rider, Billy Muscella now into the top 5 as he moved to 3rd. White drops to 4th, and Iflise down to the 5th spot. This is the 140 of Szabo up that center rhythm section, and he has got a pretty solid gap on the field, so he's going to work through his final lap. We'll look at the battle going on behind him. Looks like Chris Moore, Billy Muscella, and Alex White all in the same set of real estate there, and it looks like the 21 of Muscella, high line in the off-camber turn section. He has closed right up on Chris Moore. So your leader coming through the S-turn section. Szabo going to come down the left-hand side. And Billy Muscella continues to go after that second place spot. We'll see if he can get it here. And here is your leader down through the triple section right in front of the finish. Final time through, so the checkered flag will come out. The race win to the 140 Kawasaki ride of Max Szabo. Muscella going to try to push the issue in the horseshoe turn, but he's not going to be able to make the pass there. And one more run through that rhythm section right in front of the finish. Moore on the 528, just going to hang on to it as Billy Muscella pushing the issue hard there on the final lap. And the Chugs Motor Performance, alias Scott Motorsports rider, will finish it up in 3rd. 9:59 of White 4th. We are underway here in the 50cc support class. It's going to be the rider, it looks like, the number 2 of Cody Beckwith grabbing the whole shot there. All right, so leader up that center rhythm section. And looks like to be the 122 of Sebastian Racine taking the lead.
Did you get that?
Cody Beckwith into the 2nd spot. Here's the leader down the left-hand side, the Riverside Drive tabletop. Out front here in the 50cc 4-9 open support class. Going to be the 122, it looks like. So there is Sebastian Racine through the horseshoe turn section. Your leader here already starting to open up a little bit of a gap on the field. Racine comes through the finish line turn. It is the number 2 of Beckwith, the C. Davenport Truck Sales ride in the second spot. Into third on the number 10, that's Danilo Pinheiro. And running in the 4th spot, going to be the rider on the 208, that is Landry Weingarten. Rounding out the top 5, going to be the rider on the 148 Cobra, Kaylin Housey. Watching the 122 of Racine, taking the high line through the off-camber turn section there. 122 Cobra rider getting it done out front here in the 50cc support class. Just a couple more races to go here, so we hope everyone's had a great weekend with us here at Winchester Speedpark. Good luck to all the racers who are looking to qualify up to the next level there, the regional championship in the Loretta Lynn's qualifying process. Definitely a lot of memories being made down at the ranch. It's a great time. If you haven't had a chance to get down there, make sure you do it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing, even if you're not racing it. So I highly recommend you do it as a vacation. Get down there and have some fun. Check it out. That is the epicenter of amateur motocross. All right, Sebastian Racine, one more time to the horseshoe turn. A little miscue at the top of the turn there, but keeps himself moving forward. And that is going to be the checkered flag coming out, so that'll be the race win here for the 122. Sebastian Racine out of Castleman, Ontario, Canada with the win. We are looking for the number 2 of Cody Beckwith to make his way through the triple section and hang on to the second spot. Oh, a little trouble in the horseshoe turn for the number 10 of Pinheiro. And looks like the number 10 of Pinheiro going to get that bike muscled back up. Fire that bad boy back over. Not going to wait for any help. So third place will go to the rider on the number 10, Danilo Pinheiro. Looking for Landry Weingarten to hang on to that 4th spot, Kaylin Housey, to round out the top 5 as they come through the horseshoe turn section. And here we go, 85 and girls open support class. Looks like it's going to be the 48. So Alex Fenoff grabbing the whole shot there for the 85 open. So leaders along the tree line section there at the far side of the track. So leaders making their way through the center rhythm section there. And picking up your leader out of the S-turn section down the left-hand side. So it is the rider on the 48, Fenoff holding down the top spot. On the 710, Esteban Racine running in second, the 120. Gabriel Pinheiro running in third. Kyle Gattani in fourth. And there's the 313, lone rider in the open girls sport class. It's Hannah King out front, rider out of Baltic, Connecticut with the lead in that class. So 85 open support, open girls, women's support class racers on the track. A, B, and C open class racers next off the gate. That'll be the final moto of the event.
That's my teammate. Oh, here they go.
All right, so here's the 48 of Fenoff down the left-hand side. And a solid run out front for the KTM mounted rider who's going to get the one-lap board this time around. So one to go for the 48 of Fenoff. Esteban Racine makes the move to second early on. He's going to stick on that spot right there. Gabriel Pinheiro on the 120 in third. It's Kyle Gattani rounding out the field in fourth for the 85. And through the horseshoe turn section, it is the 313 of Hannah King continuing to run out in the open girls women's support class. King the lone rider in that class, so she's going to have no issues in this one. So Fenoff, Racine, and Pinheiro, top three through the top center section there in the 85 open class, the support class racing on the track. Final lap in this class. Open A and B and Open C riders next off the gate. That's the final race of the day, final race of the event. And again, we hope everyone had a good time with us here at Winchester Speedpark this weekend. Good luck to all the racers looking to qualify on to the next level. Once again, if you did qualify directly out of here with a guaranteed spot, make sure you pre-register by the deadline. If you did not get a guaranteed spot out, you can still go ahead and pre-register as an alternate for the regional. And you'd be surprised how many people don't show up at the regionals. We have a lot of riders that go out and qualify in multiple area qualifiers, and they don't go to all the regionals. So make sure if you were close, register as an alternate and go to that regional. You may just end up on the gate with a shot at getting down to Loretta's in August. And that is the checkered flag. That's the race win for the 48 of Alex Fenoff. Esteban Racine across the line to hang on to the second spot on the 710, and it's going to be the 120 of Pinheiro across the line in third. And the number 2 of Gattani going to bring it across the line in the fourth spot. And of course, it will be the 313 of King taking the win there in the Open Girls Women Support class. And Open A and B, Open C class racers, final moto of the event next off the gate. Looks like that's going to be the 238 of Ben Robinson grabbing the whole shot. Not sure what the issue was Robinson had earlier with the bike, but definitely got it all straightened out as he's grabbing another whole shot, leading him down the right-hand side. And that looks to be Clark on the 23 taking the advantage early here, so Clark is going to get out to the front. So it looks like it's going to be Clark and Murphy 1 and 2 through the off-camber turn section. Robinson into the third spot. Josh Clark continues to get it done out front. 2-lap board is out. 238 of Robinson still in third, so Max Murphy locking down that second spot early, and he looks like he is going to try to hang onto it. I know he'd like to find his way around Clark, but the 23 of Clark, a tough customer. And you give him clear track like this ahead of him, and I'm going to go ahead and say he's going to be just about as gone as he wants to be. So Clark, a little look over the shoulder there as he comes into that center rhythm section, just checking out where Murphy is. Still got plenty of breathing room between him and the second place rider. First time across the stripe, about 3.5 seconds the gap between first and second. Once again, I want to remind folks, as you pack up to head home, please do take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris located in your pits. And please clean that up as you pack up to head home. Plenty of receptacles here at the track. You can throw that stuff away, and we certainly appreciate your help with that. And again, don't forget, if you enjoyed racing with us here this weekend, we have got a double weekend again next weekend here at Winchester Speedpark. Saturday and Sunday here for the Memorial Day weekend. And of course, don't forget, coming up on the Labor Day weekend, we've got the New England Regional Championship. That is the biggest event we do here at Winchester. It is a big, long event, lots of fun stuff for the kids, all kinds of cool stuff for the racers. big money on the line in the pro purses, and of course all kinds of cool stuff in the goodie bags from all of our sponsors. And we want to make sure we get everybody out here for New England's big event here, the New England Regional Championship. So again, following Clark along that tree line section as he stretches it out. So Clark into the center rhythm section. Now you see Murphy through that rhythm section behind him. Let's look at the gap between second and third, as it looks like it's a little under 9 seconds between Murphy and Robinson. And Ben Robinson starting to deal with Jean-Christophe Boujol. So there's the battle for third coming up that center rhythm section. Boujol trying to make something happen. Rider out of St. Hubert, Quebec. And Robinson a little sideways over the top of the Loctite launch there. And look at the ruts on the face of that big tabletop out there, folks. That is a rut wonderland on the 110-footer. Pretty much a million lines to choose from all the way around. And right now, the line that Josh Clark is going to choose is the one to the checkered flag, and that'll be the race win right there. So Josh Clark takes the win here in the Open A and B class. 740 of Max Murphy across the line in second, rider on the Western Mass Environmental Winchester Motorsports ride. Ben Robinson, 238 Suzuki, the No Limits ride, going to hang on to that third spot. It'll be Boujol fourth. And rounding out the top five, it'll be Brandon Sprague. And that is going to do it with racing. We've got one more rider working through the laps out there. It looks like it's Biondi on the 357. And Prescott, the 356, working through in the Open C class. Frankie Biondi on the 357 has the top spot lined up, it looks like. And just want to say thanks to all the folks who have joined us watching live online. If you were enjoying today, hope you will tune in the future. We're going to have some more live presentations of streaming action from Winchester Speedpark, motocross and supercross racing all year long. So hopefully you enjoy that. We'll be putting them up on YouTube for free. You can also check out the stream afterwards. It'll be archived as well. So hopefully all the folks who've been watching live online enjoying it. And there's a 997. Brandon Sprague coming across the line. Do want to remind folks, if you rented a transponder to race with us here this weekend, please make sure you return that before you head off the property. And we do need to have you guys get packed up and head on out. We unfortunately cannot have any overnight campers here on Sunday night. So we do love to have you here at the track, but we cannot have overnight campers after the event, so we do have to have everyone pack up and head home. Please do take a look around your pit area for any trash or debris, and throw that in the receptacles located at the park. There's Frankie Biondi, the 357 with the win in the Open C support class. And that is going to do it for racing with us here today at Winchester Speedpark. So hope everyone had a great time for the Loretta Lynn's Northeast Area Qualifier. We've had a great time hosting the event. Great to be part of the MX Sports family, and good luck to all the racers as you continue on in your quest to get down to Loretta Lynn's ranch in August. So have a safe drive wherever you're going to be driving back to. Once again, WinchesterSpeedPark.com for all the information about the events coming up. Next weekend, we got a double motocross weekend. Don't forget the New England Regional Championship on Labor Day weekend. And it's been great having you all here. Big thanks to Factory Connection supporting the riders, and Aggressive Graphics here in the pits supporting riders as well. And we hope you all have a safe drive home. We'll see you soon.